My people, my good and wonderful listeners here today. Like I was saying before we started recording, this has been something that I've been looking forward to since before we played this game. But now that we've both experienced Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it is an honor and a privilege to have the good brother, AJ, aka Alexander, here with me today to discuss a generational experience with zero regards for spoilers. If you have not experienced this game, do not continue listening to this podcast. This is a 100% spoiler cast. We're going to talk about everything and anything from the original Final Fantasy VII to the compilation to the remake to Rebirth. So if you have not experienced any of that greatness, please exit the video. But AJ, with that being said, how are you doing on this wonderful night?
Well, I'm living in a world where I finished Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, so I'm doing amazing. But
That's
even
right.
that aside, I'm super excited. I can't wait to talk about it. I'm doing quite well. And thanks for having me on again, because this, along with putting this content out and for posterity for both of us, and just putting this out there for anyone else who wants to listen, I'm just looking forward to talking about this game, because as I said prior to this, I haven't really discussed it with anyone much since I beat it, and that's really exciting. So, and doing it with you, who I love talking about all sorts of fiction with, and who's such a gigantic fan of the series, and who I share so many tastes and sensibilities with, and passions with. It should be awesome. I'm really excited.
Likewise, dude. That's it's one of the major reasons why I was looking forward to this, because I know how both of us felt about the remake, and one of the things that we wanted coming off of that in the lead up to this and in the podcast that we did before the game came out is, you know, like you said earlier today in a tweet, we expected Game of the Century, and they delivered. Like, they actually delivered on what is... I mean... I'm looking at, like, the screen right now. Like, I kept the main menu up with my characters here, and I can't believe this actually exists. Like, I know that's a common phrase that'll get thrown around for many different things, but for me personally, I genuinely cannot believe that this exists. The original Final Fantasy VII means so much to me. And it's not even just because of the story and the characters. It's like those experiences with my friends when Advent Children first came out and all of us got together to watch something that we still quote to this day. It's the conversations that I would have with other people while we're watching somebody like Caleb Hart speed run through Final Fantasy VII trying to break the world record. It's like watching Circle Master try to get level 99 in the first reactor with Cloud and Barrett. It's all of these things throughout the years of being a fan of this story that don't even have anything to do with it, that also lead to my love for this game. And when you add on top of that the insane amount of just hype and excitement for Remake and Rebirth that pulled me back into this universe that I was so in love with as a child and as a teenager. As I stand here today, I think this is the most I've ever loved this franchise, and that is thanks to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This is without question my favorite video game of all time, and that is including Remake and including the original, because at this point after Rebirth, I feel like I can't separate Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth and whatever the third game is called without the original game. They are such great companion pieces that the collective whole of those three experiences and whatever that third game is to me the greatest thing I have experienced in the realm of video games, and one of my favorite things, just period. And so because of that, I wanted to get your thoughts on so many different things. Obviously, we're going to get an opportunity to talk about the ending, multiple different characters, phenomenal story sequences, but just from an overall thoughts standpoint, because I know you haven't had the opportunity to talk about this yet. Talk to me about your overall thoughts on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And before you go into that, for anyone that doesn't know, give a little bit of your backstory with Final Fantasy, and for the individuals who are not well acquainted with your history with the franchise.
Of course, yeah. So, I am actually a bit of an outlier from a lot of people who celebrate this new remake Rebirth series in that I was never a huge diehard like Final Fantasy VII changed my life sort of person. For me, that was like always 6 and 9 for different reasons. I really, really like. I got into JRPGs in 2013, I believe, so a little over 10 years ago, and my first was 6, which is why it's so formative for me, as well as just being a masterpiece. And then my favorite for a long time was 9, and it just spoke to me in a really unique way. So I played 7. I think it was my third or fourth Final Fantasy. I think it was my third, actually. And I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was great. I thought it was awesome. I had a couple of problems with it, but like overall, the overall experience was so special, and I totally understood why it was so popular and iconic and legendary and why everyone loved it, and I loved it. But it was never absolute peak, makes me lie at night thinking about its concepts and characters, yep. as some of my absolute peaks series are.
Absolutely.
I just thought it was like a great game and an awesome story, and I was a little frustrated because it was kind of like that Squidward meme, looking at everyone who loved it. Like I'm not one of those sorts of people who gets a kick out of not liking stuff as much as other people. Like
right.
I'm not a critic. I'm an enjoyer. So I was a little frustrated. But nonetheless, I couldn't be too spoiled. I still love the game, and it was still a favorite. It just wasn't a peak favorite.
Right.
But that's why the announcement of Rebirth was so important for me, because I'm like, if they bring Midgar to life, Midgar specifically, because that's all I was thinking about when they announced the remake, then maybe I could follow. And if they bring these characters, if they elevate these characters, maybe I can love this franchise in the way I love some of my absolute top favorite series, and the way that a lot of other people love 7. So remake was really important for me for that. And long story short, it did exactly that. I adored remake. It made me so emotionally connected to the story in a way that I wasn't before. It made me appreciate the original more due to all of its success and all of the things it did so well. So remake is one of the most important games I've ever played because of that, and it's really personally important to me. And so as a result of remake, it just unleashed all this passion for this world that I never quite had to that extent before. I made this gigantic 200-minute video about the original and remake, which
a fantastic video. It'll be linked in the description, ladies and gentlemen. A fantastic video.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like a comparison. There's some critique in there, a lot of analysis, a lot of speculation theories, that sort of thing, personal anecdotes. It's a whole smorgasbord of stuff, but I never would have done that before remake, and so it opened up all this passion for me. And then, as a result, the Final Fantasy VII franchise became one of my all-time favorites. Rebirth, I have no qualms in saying that Rebirth is the most excited I had ever been for any IP, any work.
Same here.
And I was thinking, if they expand the quality of remake into Rebirth, if they have the quality of remake and put that into the post-Midgar arc of this story, then this could be a really special game. It could continue my passion for it. Little did I know that, in my opinion, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but in my opinion, the Rebirth there is not a single thing in Rebirth that is not better than remake, and that isn't a slight on remake. I love remake. It's one of the most important games I've ever played, one of my favorites. But that's just how different Rebirth is built.
100%.
It is honestly stunning how perfectly put together it is, how many ways in which it succeeds, and how few flaws it has. It does. I do have a couple little problems, but it is stunning at how creative, how ambitious it is, and how little it stumbles. Like, it is honestly incredible. So you were talking about how it's unbelievable that it exists.
Yeah.
I completely, I was thinking that when I played Remake and seeing these characters, just seeing these characters walk around Midgar and seeing Midgar realized like this, I felt that again in Rebirth. I was stunned that it could exist in this way to this quality. Like it was an experience that I am already nostalgic for almost having, and I've just beat the game last week, but that the month of March 2024 was so special, not solely but primarily due to Rebirth. It was so TLDR, it's one of my absolute favorite games. There's only one game that I'm not certain that I like it more than, but second place for my considering how many games I played and how much I love so many games, it's just beyond words how much I love this game.
That to me is something, just to put it into context and perspective. I know how much he loves his number one. Like his number one favorite game, for anything to be within that same vicinity, that same realm, is like that by itself shows you how incredible an experience Rebirth was for AJ. And just as a quick thing, Final Fantasy 14, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Just to make sure. So. Yeah, one of these days we'll be there. Well, I already started the journey, but one of these days I'll actually get to to talk about it and get on the greatness. But yeah, no, shout out to Final Fantasy for having those top 2 spots. But it's crazy, man. Going into a few things that you talked about there. Obviously, we talked before how Remake as well brought me back into this world that I love so much. Realized these characters better than any other thing that came before it, in a way that really captured the imagination of my child and teenage self. And I think that Rebirth did that, but with the character dynamics and relationships within our beloved Avalanche family. I can't recall anything besides One Piece that has ever made me want to see as many character interactions or dynamics with every possible combination than this game. I tried everything, dude. I went through hours of anything and everything to get like the smallest little tidbit of whether it be a Tifa and Aerith conversation, or it's not even a conversation, it could be a little small high five between the two, and that filled me for the rest of the day. Or Barrett and Nanaki, or Yuffie. Like there was just so many things, in particular with the characters. Seeing Chocobo Billy, this character that I remember seeing in the original games so many times, going there because I used to do a lot of chocobo racing, and you have to get the gold chocobo to get the Knights of the Round, so I would always be doing that. So that was really near and dear to my heart. And when I saw Chocobo Billy get his own story that started from chapter 2 in this game and ended at the very at the penultimate chapter, is crazy to me. Like that's how much detail was placed into these characters, where if that's how much they gave to Chocobo Billy and to individuals like Sam from the original game, or even the Shinra middle manager, so many different characters that either were introduced in the remake project or were in the original game and are now fleshed out in multiple different ways. If Square put that amount of love and care into them, it was like quadruple for our main cast. I came out of this game just so, at every single possible a moment in every chapter, I felt like I was playing Elden Ring or Breath of the Wild, but for character interactions. Like, in Elden Ring, I would go around a corner and I didn't know what I was expecting because of the world that was surrounding me. In this game, I didn't know what I was expecting around the corner because Yuffie could sing an I'm Bored song, or I could get the Stamp Bow Wow 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 song, or like, there was just so many of those little small moments, or mini games, or character combinations that just, as someone who knows that disc, front and back, left and right, they surprised me every single time, and I was just floored, man. Starting right off with whenever you leave Calm, and they captured that leaving the vault moment that the original game did so well. When you leave Midgar and you have this whole world in front of you to explore, this game has a moment like that right at the beginning that honestly feels just so unreal. It put tears in my eyes when I heard "On Our Way, carry on from Calm into the grasslands," and you go out and see it, even though I'd already seen it in the trailer like 50 times, actually playing it, it hits so different. And when it seamlessly transitions to the battle theme, I was already like, dude, I remember the way these monsters looked like in the grasslands in the original game, and to see them like this, it's like, oh my god, this is crazy. This is actually
incredible.
Crazy.
The speaking of the music, sorry, I have so much to say about that as well. But speaking of the music, man, the way they just so seamlessly go from sort of the ambient overworld versions of these themes into the battle themes, into like the different versions of Cosmo Canyon's theme. There is I love all of them in Cosmo Canyon, but there's I think one during the really quiet, really low key one that just, I don't know, it just soaked tears out of my eyes. It just it was just incredible. So I just wanted, like, the remake OST is one of my favorites, and Rebirth I think is a little bit better. Yeah, it's just
agreed. And
then they the callbacks to Crisis Core in some of the Gongaga stuff. Yeah. It's so unbelievable. Yeah. And I totally know what you mean. I love the metaphor or comparison of it being Elden Ring for character interactions, because it absolutely is. This game does everything, emphasizes and prioritizes everything. The world, the environment, some of the best environmental design I've ever seen in anything. The themes, it does some amazing, interesting things with its themes. Yes. However, it loves its characters the most. For sure. And you mentioned the Yuffie song in Gongaga. Yep. Like, stuff like that just made me tear up. I can't even put into words why, aside from just loving these characters and seeing it realized in this way. Like, we'll talk more about the characters later, but just like you kind of alluded to this, any combination of the party, there's like a dynamic there. Yeah. You have obviously the stuff like the more obvious ones like Tifa Cloud, Aerith Cloud, Barrett Cloud, Tifa Barrett, stuff like that. But but there's some stuff that is Rebirth exclusive that wasn't there in the original that makes so much sense. Like this dynamic between Yuffie and Barrett, or Red and Aerith, or Kate and Cloud. Like every combination has something there, 100%. And it's honestly incredible. So yeah, it was just like every time I booted it up, I was just felt like I'm so lucky to see these characters just do stuff. And you know, prior to the game, I didn't know if I'd do every side quest because I wasn't a huge fan of some of the side content in Remake. But the moment I saw that the characters would be tied to it, like each quest would prioritize a character, and you'd build your bond with them and your affinity with them, I'm like, no, okay, I'm doing every single one. There's not a question.
I said the same thing.
Yeah,
I said the same thing.
It lives and dies by its characters more than anything, which is crazy given how much heart and soul and passion is put into everything else. And that is so up my alley. So, yeah, I'm right there with you. It was such a joy.
Dude, on that same line of thought, what did you think about the gameplay loop? Because one of the things that I was not nervous about, but whenever they announced in the state of play, well, I know you didn't watch any of the trailers or anything leading up to it, but so I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on this. But when I heard that it was going to, of course, take the open world approach from the original game, but they were going to go more of like rather than leaving everything open the way the original game did, they were going to give you like a list of objectives that you wanted to do, towers, stuff of the nature. I was like, I wonder how that's going to work here, but of course, because it's this game, I was still really excited to see how they could do it. And I'm going to be honest with you, bro. I remember I got to Chapter 5 when I was in the middle of the Queen's Blood tournament, and I was enjoying it so much, and in the back of my head, I was like, I really miss that open world, man. I was like, they got me. They have me hook, line, and sinker. I was listening to an Inside the Rebirth conversation with Kitase and Nomura and Hamaguchi, and they basically talked about their whole thing with this game's gameplay loop being that once you got a lot of enjoyment or spent a lot of time in one area, which is let's just say the open world, you would be craving the story, and it would give you just enough to where at that point, okay, I can't wait to get back to the story. Then you get back to the story, you're like, oh, I can't wait to get back to the open world. And the way they balance those two, honestly, Artur made a fantastic comparison to this in our podcast last week. But he talked about how it felt kind of like Persona with its school life simulation and then its dungeon system and how it balances that. That's exactly how I felt with Rebirth, where it was like that open world, you're going out, you're getting, just having fun from a gameplay standpoint, great character interactions, so many different things. Then you get to the story, and it's like the way they mastered you wanting more out of one. It's kind of like the Yakuza 0 thing you and I talked about.
I was about to say that. Yeah,
it's like you get so much out of Kiryu's story. It cliffhanger. It's like I can't wait to get back to Kiryu, but man, this Majima thing is super good. So that's how it felt, and the way they did that, I was honestly floored by, because like you said earlier with Remake, I was not that on board with these side quests either. There was a few that stood out to me, but most of them were very, very generic. And so to see the amount of care they put into the side content here, it reminded me of the original game, where its side content was like going to a random cave and finding the dude who sells you mithril, or going into a random location, and that would end up being extremely important later on, like Icicle Inn or something, or Medill. Like, you find these things, and then they eventually blossom into something much greater. It's like you said earlier in regards to the environmental design, it truly they shock. Like, I wouldn't say I'm extremely shocked, because I sort of expected this after Remake, but I'm super shocked because of the way they handled the open world. Like, I just can't believe how much I enjoyed it. It was like one of those things where even now, I still crave doing the live stream thing. Like, I would hear little din din din, and I can't wait. I'm gonna go over there, or I'm gonna go to do the thing for the world intel, or fighting this boss. Like, they had me, man. They really had me in the open world stuff. And even Chadley, I'm like, yo, that's my guy. You know what I mean? I was like, that's my boy. Like, it's they just did such a great job with that. But I want to know your thoughts on the gameplay loop, because I know you didn't watch trailers or anything going into it. So I'm curious as to how that experience went for you.
Yeah, no, I think given the sort of structure they had for this, I don't think that realistically there's much more I could have asked for my experience, at least. To me, there were little moments where, how do I put this? It wasn't perfect. Like, one of my tiny gripes with the game is not really a gripe, but it's like, you make it, because each area is so gigantic, and that is a huge positive, because I love exploring all of it. But for example, like, there's amazing story content everywhere. It isn't just in the side quests. It isn't just in the MSQ. There's proto-relic stuff that unlocks really important stuff about, like, Wedge, and side care. Like, there's stuff, so many extra things you need to do for the quest with that connects to Intergrade. That was the Wedge one. But, like, there's so much of this stuff that you would want, that is locked behind this stuff, and it got to a point where I was like, the good thing about this is that you're incentivized to do this stuff, but you aren't forced to do everything.
Right.
However, for a story junkie like me, I needed to see that stuff.
Same.
And so there was a point, like, because I was getting towards chapter 10, 11, and I was just like, it did get a little fatiguing, and I'm like, I want to see the story stuff, but I have to do all this extra stuff. Okay, so that was a stretch where my investment was probably like the flow of the game wasn't perfect in those moments because I really like the momentum was carrying into the final act. I really wanted to see where the story was going, and I was a little fatigued. But that was like, I don't know, half an hour to an hour of gameplay to do that, to get the extra story stuff.
Right.
All in all, it was almost completely blemish free. It was amazing. I found myself so immersed, so just taken aback by the beauty of this place. And it's interesting because I think this is tied thematically to the game as well, and the story as well. Because when I would play Final Fantasy VII, I wouldn't think of it as really. Maybe this is my fault, but outside of like some of the beautiful background art, I didn't really think of it as a beautiful world. I thought of it as like an immersive and really awesome world to explore.
Right.
But this game made me think of it as beautiful. I would look across the grasslands and be like, "Oh my God, this is unbelievable." You would look across the canyon, Cosmo Canyon, and the music's playing, and you just take it in and go, "This is a place to savor and cherish with a people that are so different from our characters culturally, but so equally beautiful." And because of that, because of the way that the game kind of through the gameplay loop incentivizes taking a breath every little while, it really feels like every new area is a new arc that has its own rising action, falling action,
right.
Its own bits of respite. Because of that, not only does it work really well for the flow and the pacing of the game, and helps it stay fresh and dynamic, but it makes you really it really dawns on you how much this world is worth saving, how beautiful it is in through the people and just the visuals. And a big part of this game is the integration with the planet and trying to save the planet, and its integration with people like Aerith and people like Red 13 Nanaki. And I think that through the gameplay loop and through what the game sort of points you towards to do, it really helps nail home that this place is beautiful. This place is absolutely corrupt because of Shinra and all that's going on with that. But it is absolutely worth salvaging because of all these little, like, you go to the under Junon or something, and you do the escort mission across Junon to I forget her name, but her son and his Priscilla, yeah, and her son's pregnant partner, and there is life everywhere, and you just do this escort mission, and Barrett cries about letting go of Marlene in 20 years or 10 years or whatever, and it's just like there's so much. All these stories, if Sephiroth succeeds, like just a base simplistic level, none of this exists, and this is absolutely worth saving. And so I think because of that, the side content in Rebirth is some of the most important thematically side content in any game I've ever played, and it's all so beautifully done. And outside of just that tiny little niggle with the pacing, I guess, that I had, it was absolutely 100% engaging and rich every step of the way.
Dude, I'm so glad that you brought up the thematic side of things, because it immediately reminded me of and I know, I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about this later on, but I just wanted to highlight this in Zach's timeline, or I mean, who knows even what it is now.
His
but
universe, his multiverse,
his
whatever.
universe is whatever it is over there in Midgar. It's so fascinating how they're dealing with an impending death, right? And we see that throughout multiple different points, from the moment that you go over there the first time on his side, even to the point to where when it starts over on Zach's side of things, he's seeing the helicopter crashing and our party members, quote unquote, dying, right? Like it's insane how much everything felt like it was falling apart over there, which is why somebody like Zach is so important to have there. But what I wanted to get to was one of my favorite things about the final disc of this game, as well as disc 2 of the original game, is how it handles that Majora's Mask-esque situation with the people in the world. So like if you go to Nibelheim or Costa del Sol or whatever it is, you will see people talking about like, oh man, like the world is ending. It's like what am I gonna do? What about my kids?
Right.
I always love stuff like that. It's very a couple games do this really well, like Persona 3, Majora's Mask, but FF7, because of the grand scale of the entire verse, I feel like getting that in Zach's world, knowing that we're about to get that here in ours as well, was really important, because we got a little bit of insight into how much I really want to save these individuals, not just in our timeline, but also in Zach's as well, because we see what is at stake. This beautiful, beautiful land, like you said, they knew what they were doing when the first thing that you hear when you leave Calm is Aerith talking about how beautiful everything is, and you see the grasslands, and it's so different compared to Midgar, and you're like, wow. This is what Shinra is doing to the planet. They're depriving us of stuff like this. And as you go on this journey and you see so many different and beautiful locations, it just makes you be like, man, and not only just locations, but people as well. These whether it be relationships that are new to this game or were also in the original game. It's like, man, I want to save these individuals. They mean something to me just as they mean something to the party. And so with that being said, the next thing I wanted to bring up here is, before we get into major story stuff, is how did you feel about the absolutely insane amount of minigames here? I remember back in the day, that was one of the things that people held against and praised the original game for. There were so many minigames in the original that was one of the biggest complaints I would often hear against it. And for me, as a teenager, or even as a kid, that was the thing I always used to put it over whatever other people would put in front of it. I don't care if it was Ocarina of Time, whatever it is. I was like, listen, man, I have like 100 games in my game. You guys can't touch me. I have 100 minigames. And I feel like this game captured that type of collection of minigames really well, to the point to where there's a lot, obviously, so some of them are gonna hit more than others are just plain annoying. So where do you fall in regards to the minigames, and do you have some that stand out to you, like that Queen's Blood greatness, baby?
You took the words out of my mouth. In general, I absolutely love the mini games in this game. Mm-hmm. It's funny because, like, this, I think, to make a game modeled after and loyal to the spirit of Final Fantasy VII, you have to do mini games, because that is whether you love it or hate it, that is part of 7. All this extra stuff, and so I guess it all comes down to, are they fun? Like, are they well designed? Are they well made? It's pretty simple, but that's what it comes down to. And the vast majority were so much fun to me. Mm-hmm. Queen's Blood is absolutely my favorite. It may be my favorite video game mini game in general. Mm-hmm. I have so much. It was so addictive. I just and then the variations of it in the Golden Saucer. Right. So it's Queen Blood's my favorite. I'm not gonna try to be hipster or anything. Like, it's my favorite. So much of it was so much fun. I loved the chocobo racing. Yes. I loved. I didn't play as much of it as I wanted to, actually, but I loved the little shooter in the Golden Saucer.
Oh yeah, that one's fun too.
That was fun. The Four Condor stuff, it wasn't my favorite, but I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. Mm-hmm. And I liked the Cosmo Canyon chocobo gliding stuff. Like, I know some people have some problems with it.
Mm-hmm.
I enjoyed it. So I might be forgetting a couple, but those are some highlights. And basically, the only one that I didn't like thoroughly enjoy enough to want to do a bunch of times was the sort of like the beat 'em up fighter.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That you do with Dio, I guess.
Dio, yeah.
I could just never really get the hang of it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really my sort of thing. But that success rate, given how much is in there, and you know, if you don't like it, like if Queen's Blood was a lame duck of a game, if it didn't work, Chapter 5 is just dead in the water. Pardon the pun.
Yeah.
But like, because there's a whole tournament about it. Like most of Chapter 5 is Queen's Blood. Like it's so they were so confident in it, clearly.
For sure.
But no, yeah, I think it was all great. I was thoroughly impressed, and I had so much fun. And there were just days that I went, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna play mini games just because I maybe want an MSQ break and just want to chill today. And
I feel
that this game is so multidimensional, it could absolutely play that role.
For sure. And I'm so glad that it does, because as we talked about before the game launched, Gold Saucer meant so much to me as a place to chill, because sometimes you just want to get on the game and just, I don't know, whether it's 15 minutes, 20 minutes, just mindlessly play something that you really enjoy, whether that be the combat or the mini games. And as someone who played a lot of those in the original game, to see how addicted I was to so many of them, there was a lot of hours that I still am dedicating to these mini games. Going back to your thoughts on I call it the Punch Out mini game with Dio and Cloud. Have you played Undertale and Deltarune?
I have.
So my brother, that's his favorite franchise, and so I was playing. I got to Gold Saucer. He was right next to me because he was like, "I really want to see how they do Gold Saucer," and we were watching. We were both losing our minds. And then when Cloud went into his PS1 graphics, I was like, "Wait, what's going on?" And then they started doing the mini game, and my brother was like, "Oh my god, that's the Giga Queen fight from Deltarune," and I was like, "Oh snap, you're right." And I was like that's really cool. So
I never thought of that.
So the way that they took, like, for example, the shooting mini game from Coastal del Sol, that's from Resident Evil 4.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that one. That one's great.
Yeah, so like they kind of did a Yakuza thing where they just took a lot of stuff that works in other games and just put it into theirs. And they're like, "Oh, this works," and that's what the original Final Fantasy VII did. You know, they're just like, "Yeah, we want our people to have fun. If the world is ending, if everything's going to chaos, it's like we're gonna have fun." And that was a major theme of this game, especially. And I love how Aerith was one of the individuals that was always trying to get them to that point. It was like in Coastal del Sol, or with the tournament, or many different things, always egging them on to just have fun where we're at. Because obviously, just like she said in Chapter 5, in Chapter 6, it's like, cherish these memories, because obviously they're not going to last forever. And there was so many lines like that stuck with me throughout the game. But going into story stuff, moments, man, dude, there's so many to talk. I don't even know where to start. I don't even know where to start. How did you feel about starting the game with Zack, and in particular then transitioning over to the Nibelheim flashback? I guess we might as well just go through the game in order. How did you feel about the way they handled that particular stuff there?
Oh, I thought it was perfect. I absolutely loved it. I think they set themselves up really well, because I think the material that they quote unquote adapted for this game is not easy to make a full blown story out of. But the stuff that they set themselves up for really well is the beginning, because what a great way to start off a game with the Nibelheim flashback. A really cool natural way to introduce the gameplay and Sephiroth hooks and good stuff that's going on with Cloud and all that. So it just felt like a natural place for them to go. But to start off with Zack and really going all in on that and going, okay, yeah, like you're not just getting a glimpse of him right at the end. You're gonna get him. He isn't nearly as doesn't get nearly as much screen time as Cloud, but that he's gonna be an active part of this game with his own parallel plot line and own parallel arc. And I think that intent is really, really laid out in the beginning. And what I love is that it. First of all, I think I was a little hesitant with the voice actor because I love Rick Gomez, who did it in Crisis Core. And Caleb Pierce is now the new voice of Zack. And I was a little like, I'm not sure how I feel about it in Remake. I think he did a great job in
Fantastic.
Rebirth. Like, it has all of Zack's charm and his charisma, and there's a great weight behind it as well. So I really just want to say that I think it's really well done. But what I love about it is that it immediately, well, first, great visual storytelling. There's this one shot that goes from the reporter through like a fallen Shinra tower or something, and then just zooms out and shows you the full-blown destruction. Like, that shot's great establishment. And it's a great hook. It's very dark. I love that the way that the rain falls very poetically, reflecting Crisis Core.
For sure.
The opposite roles, right? Him and Aerith and him. So all that's really well done, and it's a great hook, and it's very dark, which is very important for this game, because this game is incredibly dark, even with how light it is a lot of the time. But what it really struck me is just like how thrilling it was, of course, but also it adds this layer to Zack, because we always think of him as this hero martyr,
for sure,
who died sacrificing himself to protect Cloud, who he cares so much for. But now that he's survived and is in this world that is dying, he says this a few times throughout the game that, I screwed up, like I wasn't good enough to, like, even though a lot of this is out of his control, he blames himself. And so he feels much more like a self-imposed fallen hero, as opposed to a hero that this like almost an untouchable ideal. He's brought down to earth here. And that was so enticing for me in the beginning to see this new take on Zack. And I think it sets the tone beautifully. I think it's, like I said, it's thrilling. It offers so many questions. It's just a fantastic hook generally. And then it leads into the Nibelheim stuff, which, that stuff has been adapted multiple times throughout the series, so it's nothing really new. But this is my favorite iteration of it. I think the visuals are so beautiful. There are so many amazing shots throughout it. Yeah. Great voice acting, great flow. The way the credits, the way the credits play as you go up the mountain, unbelievably cinematic and so engaging and so immersive. I have less to say about the Nibelheim stuff, because I think a lot of it's, like I said, it's played out in previous games, and it's pretty self-explanatory in comparison. But I loved it. It was. So those two in combination, the Zack bit, the Nibelheim bit, whatever, if you want to call it the prologue, it's among my favorite starts to any video game ever. I think it does all that you want it to do.
I think the Zack stuff, starting the game with Zack, sort of reminded me of when you start Final Fantasy X, and well, this isn't spoilers. This is the beginning of the game, but you're in a blitzball tournament. And it was one of those, like, I wonder what this game is going to be moments, because when you start off Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which Final Fantasy X, the reason I'm bringing that up is that's one of my favorite gaming introductions of all time. It's a genuinely special introduction to a video game, and in the way that it shifts immediately in tone, and even just in terms of what's to be expected of this experience. Is something that I also got out of Rebirth the moment that I started the game, because I played the demo. And because I played the demo, the demo starts with Nibelheim Flashback. So I was like, okay, the game is going to start Nibelheim Flashback. Yeah. I was not expecting the game to start with Zack. When I picked up the controller and was actually able to play Zack, I hit up my cousin because we were playing at the same time, and I was like, bro, this is the greatest game ever made. I was like, dude,
2 minutes
this is
in.
Crazy. 2 minutes in. 2 minutes in. So I was losing my mind. And then when I got to Nibelheim again, because, once again, for everybody who has not played the original Final Fantasy VII, there's going to be a lot of references to that, and I'm going to be starting with that now. Just do not spoil yourself. on one of gaming's greatest stories, especially in regards to what I'm going to talk about. So if you have not played the original FF7, please do not watch or listen to what I'm about to say. The Nibelheim flashback, the reason why it sticks out to me so much is the incredible amount of focus and detail to let you know that the person you're controlling is not actually Cloud. There are so many. When it comes to the facial expressions, when it comes to him doing his signature, what are those called again? Flagnars. When soldier
Squats?
does. Thank you. The squats. When he's doing Zack's signature squats, even down to the other version, the real version of Cloud. Being extremely silent, though you can always catch him in the camera and in the scene when it's something that you know that he experienced thanks to the original game. There was just so much attention to detail to that, even down to the voice acting in particular instances, and especially when the village is burning down. And there's the moment with Claudia, and it sort of switches for a moment with the Cloud that we think we're seeing and the real Cloud, and then the Claudia moment where that we got little bits and pieces of in Remake, where she's talking about, who I want you to be with, and the little bzz, bzz, bzz. It's like you can't get the full picture because of course he doesn't remember, and he doesn't remember it correctly. And I love how you come out of Nibelheim being like, wait a minute. All of this stuff just happened. I mean, especially for a new time player, I'm extremely invested. Oh my goodness, Sephiroth is like if Shanks betrayed Luffy. Like, like this is one of those situations where he looked up to somebody so much, and then he betrayed him, killed his village, and just all these different things as Sephiroth slowly descends into madness. But then once you leave the flashback, especially for a new time player, they're like, wait, Tifa throughout the flashback is like, wait, what's going on? Like, Like, there was small little nods to it, but then she tells Aerith, like, wait, Cloud wasn't Nibelheim 5 years ago. And there's little moments like that throughout the game that I love that they're doing to build up on that. But the Nibelheim flashback was like one of those, oh wow, they're fully committing to this, like from the jump. And that was one of those things that really stood out to me, and one of the reasons why it's also my favorite iteration of the flashback, because of that knowledge and of the original game and the references to it. It was honestly insane. I went and played the original disc 1 after completing this game, and to go back and see the differences in the original game. Obviously, when Cloud returns, they're showering with praise and stuff of that nature. But in Rebirth, it's like all centered on Sephiroth, where it's so interesting to me how like Cloud, of course, is getting this welcome back, but it's almost like he's this annoying kid that's behind the actual hero, and there's so many different little things that are that they're clearly putting in there to tell this new story in Rebirth, that I just really appreciate it. And I feel like from like an adaptation standpoint, or I should say from a setting the table for the rest of the story, Nibelheim does a fantastic job of letting you know this game is going to have way more stuff than the original game did in disc 1. It's going to have way more attention to, or a lot of moments that are going to make you realize, like, wow, the attention to detail here is crazy, like in Nibelheim. Being able to play as Sephiroth let me know, like, okay, I might be able to play as characters and or character combinations and or whatever that is going to blow my mind down the line. Like, they just set so many things up for this game in that Nibelheim flashback. Thematically, from a gameplay standpoint, it was just such a strong opening. And I feel like I said, for us who have played the original game, we're like, what are they doing this early? And I've watched new players go through this and they're like, wait, what does Tifa mean Cloud wasn't there 5 years ago? And it's those mysteries and those things that they stood up really well. And I feel like Calm captures the other side of that, where immediately out of the flashback, even in the flashback, Barrett, Red 13, Aerith, and Tifa are constantly communicating with each other. bouncing ideas, bouncing jokes, and you get all out of calm, and you see where everybody stands right now. Red 13 and Barrett, they're not on the same page. Tifa and Aerith on the same page. Cloud and Tifa were setting something up here from the very beginning, and it's like it was a fantastic opening that let us know what we're going to be in for in this game. What did you think of Calm? Just the way it looked. I thought it reminded me of like I don't know if you played Kingdom Hearts, but it reminded me of like Traverse Town. It just looked so cool. I love the way they introduced Queen's Blood. The way they introduced the bonding system. It's just they did a great job establishing Calm as like this is what you can expect from the towns in this game, and it was just I went back and, like I said, and played Disc 1, and I looked at Calm there. I looked at Calm in Rebirth, and I was like, what do they do? Like, this is incredible. This is insane. Yeah, but what did you think of Calm, dude?
Well, I have played Kingdom Hearts, and I totally get the comparison. I totally get that, and I see what you mean. Before I say anything about Calm, though, by the way, could I just go back to the flashback? Because
oh yeah, for sure.
Through what you were talking about, I realized that there's some things that I think are super noteworthy that I didn't mention. Well, first of all, I knew I forgot a mini game. I love the piano rhythm game. Yes. So you just talking about the little touches in Nibelheim reminded me that I forgot to mention that. But the little touches, you were so right in drawing attention to the little touches throughout and alluding to something weird's going on here. Because, well, first of all, I think it really, in a very subdued, subtle way, nails home the sort of loneliness of Sephiroth.
For sure.
You know, taking a picture of him, and it's a happy, it's kind of a optimistic memory for like Tifa, and it's a cute little moment. But for Sephiroth, it's just like he arrives in Nibelheim. He can't get a moment's rest. People are swarming him everywhere. Yeah. He can't even go to do his job without getting a picture taken of him. And I think it's quite sympathetic. And then
for sure.
after that, he spirals, his mind sort of fragmenting, and he just can't, like, he has. You really get the idea that this man has never once been in proper control of his life.
Right.
Never once lived his own life, really. And so I think it does a good job in doing that. And like his little good night to Cloud, I think good. A lot of that is captured in just the way he says that. Mm-hmm. So I think Sephiroth's done really well. But then through little touches throughout, well, first of all, there's Tifa. So Tifa's a 5 years younger Tifa is on this mission, and I was struck by how different her personality is.
Yeah.
She is totally different.
Totally.
So
different.
I think that really, she's a lot more bubbly, a lot more like outwardly, and I don't know, energetic. She's much more withdrawn in the present time. Mm-hmm. She's a lot more subdued, you know? And so I think that really speaks to all that she's gone through that's made her sort of withdrawn into herself a little bit. And I thought that was a really cool little touch, and very sad little touch to see how much she's changed.
Right.
And then also, one little thing with Barrett that I found really interesting was when Cloud's talking about Sephiroth, Barrett goes like, well, he seems like a really nice guy. Mm-hmm, like, tell me something that's going to make my blood boil. And that's just a great little line because it's funny and it's very Barrett. But that is his arc in Remake.
Truly.
That is his arc in Remake. He cannot conceptualize nuance. He is so tunnel vision towards his vengeful streak, so angry. He needs an outlet. He can't conceptualize any nuance in this situation because it's so like desperately uncomfortable for him. So he needs something to be angry about. So I just thought that was really cool.
100%.
And then just like little touches throughout the exploration of Nibelheim, like because in actuality, again, spoilers for the game, but for the original game, Cloud, for the vast majority of this mission, kept his helmet on. He was ashamed. He was ashamed of not returning home a hero like Sephiroth or even Zack was. He was ashamed of his status as just a regular Shinra grunt, and so. Unless correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that he takes his helmet off and properly shows himself to anyone except his mom.
it's so when they arrive at Nibelheim, he has his helmet off, and because Sephiroth's like, "Yo, welcome back." And then when Tifa, like wakens, quote unquote, he puts it on, and the next time he takes it off on screen, besides I believe it's Claudia, like you said, is whenever it's in the reactor and he takes it off to fight Sephiroth. So I think Claudia is the only one. I think.
Right.
I think.
Okay. Yeah. So I think that's how it is too. If I'm wrong, then just disregard what I'm saying. But assuming that's the case, he is conflating a bunch of memory, like a bunch of the things that Zack experiences and Zack did, that he witnessed himself, a bunch of his conceptions in this memory of what a soldier is, a little bit of wish fulfillment. A bunch of these things are blending together in this flashback. And so I find it really interesting because he goes through town and people say, "Hey, Cloud, like, welcome home, Cloud. Oh, look at you. You're a hero, Cloud." And he doesn't respond ever. Yeah. He doesn't say anything to them.
Good point.
So if that's the case, that is this sort of implanted memory, sort of wish fulfillment, bits of Genova and his ideas of the ideal Shinra soldier just being reflected back at him that he doesn't respond to. And it's just like kind of weird. It's like, whoa, these people recognize Cloud. He grew up with them. He's not even saying hi. It's because it didn't happen.
Right.
So there's little touches like that are so cool. And like you seeing the actual Cloud in the Shinra soldier outfit crawling towards his to Claudia's house, the destroyed house, stuff like that. So sorry, I just wanted to draw attention to that stuff.
I love it. Because keep spitting.
But anyway, so those little touches really help accentuate it even more. Nibelheim's amazing, the flashback. And so Calm itself, I love it. Man, it is absolutely beautiful. They really wanted to establish the approach to towns with, like, they did a bit with Nibelheim. Like, I loved exploring Nibelheim, but Calm is a whole different beast. Definitely. It is gigantic. It is this really interesting mix of industrialization, because Shinra clearly has their fingers in it, but also it also feels like a breath of fresh air. It also feels very therapeutic, and there's this sort of embedded culture there. There's it was very European in places,
for sure.
And it just, I don't know, this being the first place to explore after Midgar, the sky looks so open, the streets here are so open. You can explore and you can listen to this NPC dialogue of people on their work break just like taking in the sunshine or eating at lunch, eating their lunch. And the approach to towns in this game is maybe my favorite in any game ever, and Calm sort of set the stage for it. NPC dialogue is so engaging. Just the visuals. You go on top of the inn and you look around and it's just like, how is this game real? I don't get it. How is there like 7 other Calms in this game, It's incredible. So I absolutely love Calm and its role in the original game. It's a great change of pace, change of tone, sort of a pivot point for the story.
Right.
And so it does that very same role to a greater extent in Rebirth, being the starting point. So yeah, I was a huge fan of Calm.
Dude, touching upon what you were saying in regards to some of the things within Calm itself as an establishment, the new additions to it. It was very interesting how they had an ex-soldier be one of the individuals that helps us there at the end, right? And that's how we go into the whole soldier degradation thing, and continue to build on the soldier degradation thing as the game progresses, and it starts off here. Calm establishes so many things. I want to talk about Aerith in a sec, but before I do that, one of the side quests here in Calm calls back to chapters 8 and 9 of Remake, where you meet the grunts and you see them out. One of the funniest side quests, by the way, but that also sets up the tone for, like, you can expect individuals from Remake who were exclusive to that game to make a return and still be important. They're looking for a job, man. Like how good is that? It's so good. But going back to Aerith for a sec, obviously her character was so integral and important to my enjoyment of the entire franchise, but Remake in particular, they just knocked it out of the park. And I was wondering what they were going to do here. There was a lot of questions, especially in regards to what she still knows. Once they changed the line from I miss it, the steel sky, to the sky, I don't like it anymore, or I don't like it, I was wondering why that was going to be. And I'm pretty sure after the ending I know why. But I like how the beginning of the game calls back to Aerith and her fear of the unknown and unknown possibilities, because you immediately get presented with an Aerith that is sort of envious of or is attempting to get back to who she once was, which was somebody that knew what was actually going on. And she's a little just doubting herself, very like not fully confident in herself at the end of the Nibelheim flashback section, whenever she's talking to Tifa. And it's so interesting to me how that immediately leads us to the moment whenever we exit Calm, and it like sort of reinvigorates her of like, oh, this is the purpose, like this is why I'm here. It's for the planet, it's for the grass, it's for the beauty that's out here. As even though we're no longer under the skies of Midgar, which is why I'm so glad that they call under Junon like another steel sky, because Aerith, like, through this entire journey out of Calm, and that's why I think they have that moment with Aerith and Cloud in a little date scene before it continues, and she has that moment on the rooftop again with Cloud, is like, okay, even though I'm no longer under the steel sky, I'm still with the same people that helped me under the steel sky. And even though I don't know what's incoming, even though I have a feeling, I'm still going to be okay. And those unknown possibilities, especially when she reaches out and sees the world out there, it's like, no, we can do this. We can do this. And I love how the game started building on that so early on. And that's with every character. But because of my love for Aerith, I was so impressed with how they managed that in Calm, and how it leads us into the Junon stuff, where immediately she does not question. She's very up for getting together with Tifa and Cloud and disguising themselves as Shinra soldiers to participate in the parade. That might not happen if she doesn't have that moment on the rooftop with Cloud again, to sort of be like, wait a minute, like, these are still my people. Like, these are still the people that I'm rocking with, and that like, I no longer have to necessarily doubt myself in this way. But I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on Aerith at the beginning, because obviously we're gonna get more into that later. But the way that the characters were like established early on, but as well a transition into Junon and that incredible section too.
Yeah, no, I pretty much ditto to a lot of what you say. Because, yeah, the end of Remake definitely shows Aerith at her most vulnerable and most uncomfortable. And, you know, it starts from Aerith is someone who is incredibly inspirational, someone to take such encouragement from in the way she lives her life, the way she treats those she cares about, and she has such this passion and love for life and love for others, and she just imbues love and joy in everything she does. However, what I really like is that the game does not make her perfect, and
yes,
they do that by this tendency of hers to need to feel safe, to need to be restricted to the steel sky, Midgar, this fear of the unknown, which is a very relatable thing, that she like literally tells the party before they head into Destiny's Crossroads, like, I do not know what this is going to lead to. I am scared, and I don't know if this is the right thing to do this. And they do it anyway, and she doesn't know. Like, she says it at the end of the game, regardless of which line you think of, it alludes to her uneasiness about the journey ahead. And so, yeah, I think you're totally right in saying that she carries that with her here. In general, the game throughout the entire game, but especially in this introductory sequence, and specifically in the first, no, actually, honestly, throughout the entire game, it is very intent on showing these quote-unquote uglier sides to Aerith, that she herself admits are ugly.
Right.
When to skip ahead, in Nibelheim, she thinks of she straight up says, I'm jealous that you and Tifa had each other as childhood friends. I'm jealous that you had this. I didn't have this. And I want, like, please, she says it in the sweetest way possible, but essentially, please leave me alone because I'm angry at this and I don't want to take it out on you.
Yep.
That's something she's not proud of, but that is so human. This uneasiness about the journey ahead that's alluded to in the beginning in Calm, and as well in Costa del Sol, where she talks about how she wants to hurt Hojo, she wants to cause him pain. Yeah. Like there are these again, like, little dark sides to Aerith that she is scared of herself to see, and she doesn't like them. But it really helps flesh her out and make her not easier to connect with, but on some level easier to connect with, but more fully four-dimensional as a character. And I love that because, like you say, Calm starts that off. But what overrides all of it is her determination, as always, for a better future, to protect this world, this planet, and her friends. And that is what spurs her onwards. And that is the momentum for that starts in Calm, and specifically when she sees the grasslands and goes from there. So yeah, I love all that stuff to do with Aerith. I don't want to get too much into some later stuff that we'll talk about with her.
For sure. Yeah.
because if a theory I have is right, then she is. She might be my favorite character in Remake Rebirth regardless, but then she is, like, clear as my favorite character if a theory I have ends up being right. We'll talk about it.
I'm excited to hear about that. Yeah,
but yeah, she's amazing. She's amazing. She's absolutely everything you'd want in a character like that. She's perfect. She's beyond perfect. And then Junon, first of all, just love exploring it. Under Junon, the fishing village and the culture established there, just looking around, going to the bar, going in the inn, just exploring everything there was such a joy. I loved exploring Junon as well. Seeing, Elena at the bar, or something. Yeah. Rude in the bald bar.
Oh man,
like there's so much charm everywhere. Seeing Barrett get in his costume, Nanaki with the kids. Junon is, I think, where I went, like, the whole sequence of the parade. They just go all out. They go kind of like Honeybee Inn with it.
Yes, they do.
They just they put their all into it and hold nothing back. And it's so, I had a smile on my face the entire time. It is so beautiful to explore this town, to see these character interactions, to see how all out they go. And it was the first time in the game where I went, no, I think everything about this game is better than Remake, and I adore Remake. And this is, I am currently playing just one of the best games ever. Like, it was Junon. It was the first time where I really fully felt that. And there's so much beautiful stuff here. There is, the speech Cloud has towards that Aerith and Tifa help him with, to the 7th Infantry.
Yes.
That is so great because Cloud kind of loses himself in it. He's more expressive in this game than he is in Remake because he's able to open up more, and he has this family now that he's able to feel secure with. And so he kind of loses himself in these moments, and he's more dorky than ever before. And I love it, as he's, like, hyping up his soldiers. But some cool bits is that Aerith and Tifa both say these things that are so applicable to their character. Aerith says, you know, we're going to do this for Midgar. We're going to save Midgar. That is not a lie. She feels that way exactly. Tifa says, everyone, we got to have faith in our captain. You know, we got to have faith. That is Tifa's entire arc, her entire relationship with Cloud. And it's beautiful little details there that I noticed. I'm like, this is ingenious. And then this whole section, along with being fun, I think really brings forth the beauty in maybe the most elevated character for me in Rebirth, Rufus.
Yes, I was gonna bring him up. That's my boy, man.
He's so he's so unbelievably interesting.
Yeah.
He has so many elements to him. I could just think about him and talk about him all day, and I think a lot of the draw of Junon was seeing, okay, which direction are they going with him, and just being pleased every step of the way with what they do. He has so many unbelievably fascinating elements to him that are executed so well, expressed so well. But yeah, I'm just rambling now. You can say I want to let you say your piece on Junon, and maybe we can talk about Rufus a bit more if you want to. But that's just a snapshot of all the stuff I loved in Junon.
Hey, first and foremost, never feel bad about rambling with me. All right, never feel bad, because man, that was a great spit session, dude. Just immediately leading on to your thoughts before I go back a little bit onto Rufus. He in Remake established himself as like oh man, like I remember while obviously the original game and Advent Children, I was like, man, I really rock with Rufus, but I didn't like him as much as the other Turks. Remake, right. I was like, man, I really rock with Rufus. In this game, I think he's making a good case for being my favorite member of Shinra. He is so good.
He's unbelievable.
Top to bottom. There was a particular moment, right as it's getting really intense, you switch over to Yuffie, and which is a great way to introduce her into the game, by the way. Have the shuriken about to strike as Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa are in front of a calm Rufus who is trying to make a deal with these individuals. Like, I won't go after you. We're good. But immediately, as soon as she comes in there, he believes that she's working with them. He's like, no. Not only is the deal off, but you guys are screwed now. Like, I love how that shows how three-dimensional he is, where he was 100% for his ambition willing to work with Cloud and with Tifa and Aerith. Like, yeah, Avalanche is in front of me. Who cares? It's nothing compared to. I think he even says it himself. Like, it's nothing compared to what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm trying to be the greatest, to the point where he's trying to surpass his father. He even says, screw the ceasefire, and fires the cannon here. Like, he's just so the world is at my fingertips. I can do whatever I want, but he's doing it so calculatingly, and that's why I love that moment when Yuffie strikes, because Rufus for a second there was like, man, where he's basically like, she came in there and not knowing anything about like the Wutai connection or any of that. It's like, an individual, you tried to set me up, and because of that, like, all right, fine, deal's off. Like it wasn't something that really like flustered him, or like would have, like his dad, for example. He was like, nah, if that's how y'all want it, fine. He's like, I was gonna let you join my kingdom, but now that you've done this, screw you guys. And it was just I love how Rufus was done throughout the entire game, but like you said, in particular in Junon, because you see not just how his ambition is fueling him, but also how certain things also make him feel fear, like what's happening with Glenn Lodbrok and Sephiroth. Like, he's afraid of what these things could potentially do to get in his way, and or because he doesn't understand them. And it's it's so fascinating how the game creates an immediate parallel with how Rufus is handling his individuals in Shinra and how Cloud handles his soldiers as he's escaping. And it's really cool how everyone under Rufus is so willing to die for him. And you have this one dude in Lodbrok who he just can't control, and it almost feels like Rufus is like, man, why can't I control? Like, why can't you follow me the same way everybody else follows me? And that's sort of the dynamic happening there with those two. But in Cloud's case, you have these soldiers who, because of the minigame, because of the relationship that's been established, they're willing to die for this man. Like, screw it. And even Cloud at the end, he's like, yo, you guys, you're my guys. And I'm so glad they brought them back later in the game. It was just one of those things that really makes this Rebirth shine, is once again making these side characters return later on and have great moments. But Junon, like you, was really when I was like, no, this is special. And in particular when you get to the actual Junon, because under Junon was great. Enjoyed the Dolphin minigame, Yuffie's introduction, a lot of great moments there. Stamp, the side quest minigame, so many great things. But Junon is really where, whenever I saw that you had to put your guys together, and then the roof or the rude thing in the bar, and the way that all of the comedy was handled with the serious stuff, I was like, no, this is brilliant. And when Cloud got with his soldiers towards the end, and that's how like you end chapter 4, it was just so brilliant. But before that, one part that I was really excited to see, and I couldn't wait to see how they did, was a sequence where the snake, the giant snake that is in the water, gets executed by Sephiroth in the original game, and you never see him do it. And I wanted to know how they were going to do this in Rebirth, because we've already seen Sephiroth, so they can't do the Jaws thing again.
Yeah.
I thought it was so cool how they did it, where they actually showed, because, once again, Nibelheim established that Sephiroth is extremely strong. You played as the dude. You know how strong he is. His Hell's Gate and the Zanshin were one-shotting some of these enemies. Like, you know how strong Sephiroth is. So, when you actually see him within the water do what he does, especially as Cloud is bzzting all over the place, it immediately establishes mystery. Did Cloud kill that thing? Or did Sephiroth kill that thing? And it's like, oh, this is so cool. And it just, it continues on there. The Mithril Cave stood out to me as well, because in the original game, it's like a couple holes that you go into, and, with a great soundtrack. They turned it into a character masterclass with not only our beloved Turks, with songs showing up, and Elena and Rude and or I'm sorry, not Rude, or yes, Rude, and not Reno. But those three, they do show up in the original game, but what they do in this game is so good. And of course, continuing to set up with Barrett and Red 13 and their connection that continues to be established throughout the course of the game. Mithril Cave was way better than I could have ever imagined. And of course, whenever we get to Junon, it was just everything that the other chapters are building on, sort of just being like, all right, now I'm going to flex. And you thought the minigames were good in Remake. Here's, like you said earlier, Honeybee Inn times 5. Yeah. Let's have fun here. So many great character moments. But before we get into Costa del Sol and the Queen's Blood tournament, I wanted to talk about Rufus and the Turks a little bit more, because they're a big highlight of this game for me. The Turks obviously are beloved, as is Rufus now. But I wanted to get your thoughts on the Turks, the way that they were brought back into this game, because obviously, coming off of Remake, they're lovable villains, but they're still villains at the end of the day. They're still individuals who attempted to, and successfully, killed off some of our party members in the first game. So
yeah.
How did you feel about the way that this game brought them back, and like new characters like Elena, for example, and just a continuation if you want to spit on anything on Rufus there for the Turks.
Yeah, so I'll start with the Turks because I think I have more to say about Rufus, but I have a lot to say about them too. They were a highlight for this game for me too. And I'm really glad, and I kind of expected that because they were done well in remake, but and they have quite a role in this material as well. But it's interesting because in the original, I think it's fair to say, for reasons that have nothing to do with the fault of the people who did the work, but the translation is rough in the original.
For sure. And
that makes it so that characters that are very very nuanced morally, like the Turks, you need a proper localization to properly get across all the richness and nuance of their character. And unfortunately, the translation and localization of the original just didn't have that capacity. Like, there is some stuff that just feels contradictory. Like, Sung should not have hit Aerith, you know? Not if they were trying to make him the character that he was. Like, it's just inconsistent. And Rude and Reno have some strange lines on the plate that really don't really fit with the rest of their characterization, and it's a little too extreme one direction or another. And I don't blame anyone for that, except they shouldn't have kept the hitting Aerith in. But like in terms of the localization, I don't think there's anyone to blame for that. It's just an unfortunate byproduct of the localization process. But that's why a properly localized and presented Turks in this game is so important, and it's such an elevation, because they don't swing too extreme one way or another. They're really level-headed. They really don't stray from the demeanor they have most of the time. And they're very self-aware. Like Rude says, one of his lines in Remake is, I may not be a bad guy, but I do sometimes have to do bad things.
Mm-hmm.
And
great line.
These are people who literally are responsible for pulling the trigger on killing, completely decimating Aerith's home and killing multiple characters that we know and love. Right. That is not something that, like, and then you see Rude in a bald bar. And he's being silly, and you're laughing with him. So that I don't really know the secret sauce that allowed that to feel seamless. Yeah. But they did it. Like, something with the way that their personalities are they don't go, like, you can't see me, but I'm again showing a bit of a gradient and swinging from one side to another. They don't go to any extremes. They're self-aware about the depravity of what they do. They are reluctant, especially Reno. Reno is very reluctant.
Yes.
They don't enjoy it. They're doing their job. The implication is that this will be done regardless of whether they or not they do it, without excusing their actions. They are villainous, but they're still likable, you know? They have that sort of phantom troop element to them.
Yes.
Whereas they do horrific things, but you cannot help but see them interact and go, like, I kind of love them regardless. Like, and so there's something in the presentation and writing and voice acting of them that helps make them be those nuanced villains that are likable despite committing evil acts. And it worked for me. Like, these people are much more skilled writers than me, because I don't know the exactly how they do it, but something in the little details made it really seamless. And I think that's great, because that was one of my little problems with the original, is that the Turks are kind of weird and not super consistent. Right. But they're entirely consistent here, and I really love them. They were great. Their underlying journey throughout was tons of fun to experience. So yeah, and then the triumph, like, there's this sort of triumphant return of Reno, because he's gone the whole game except at the end. And seeing him and Rude together again, I kind of like internally fist pumped, you know? I'm just like, this is awesome. Yeah. But even though they're trying to stop me from, you know, from doing what I want to do. So it's great. It's great. Rufus is so interesting because I feel like, well, actually, let me ask you this first. So we were talking about Glenn. Do you have any theories about him? About the nature of his existence or what he is or what's going on there?
The only theory I have is that they're going to, as was established in the game, they are going to utilize that and what took place in Nibelheim at the reactor to create some kind of climactic sequence with Shinra and Wutai in that last game. I don't know if Lodbrok is going to be extremely important himself, but I do believe his role in the story is to somehow get us to that point of Shinra and Wutai continuing to have this the blood boiling until it explodes in some way, shape, or form within the third game. In regards to Lodbrok himself, his point of view is in Traces of Two Pasts. So I knew of the the character and of what happened with him within the context of the story. What's fascinating about what they do here is the Wutai stuff, which is why I believe in part 3 he is going to play a role for sure, and maybe in his head, because obviously it looks like he's dead at the end of the game. But whether it be in Rufus's head as a ghost or as the fire that's really ignites the war, regardless, his role is going to be that in the third game. But yeah, I would highly recommend checking out his POV in A Traces of Two Pasts for sure.
So, that's interesting. I had no idea about that. That's cool. So I myself don't. I totally agree that things are going to come to a head with Wutai. I've dabbled with the idea of him being a sort of Sephiroth Genova projection, because it's established that he that Rufus kills him prior to it, right?
Right.
I don't know if I fully buy into that, but I think it's possible. Regardless, yeah. So that's my working idea for for the nature of his existence, and as a result, I find that really interesting because essentially, he is a mirror and saying all the things that Rufus himself thinks a lot of the time.
Right.
He essentially calls him like just a daddy hating little kid who fears so much. And Rufus is upfront in saying that, yeah, but that's why I'm so strong. And I love that. I love that conviction and that honesty. Like, yes, I despise my father. And so much of Rufus is interesting because he wants to sort of usurp him. He wants to be better than him. Right. He wants his legacy to overpower his father's because of how much he despises him. A lot of it is, I think, pride and hatred at the man who clearly was not a loving, father. And it's interesting because in a lot of ways, I think there's a tragedy to it because he really, in a lot of ways, cannot escape his father's shadow.
You're right.
He in a lot of ways, he's trapped. President Shinra leaves these tasks, and he says, like finding the ancient, following the ancient, capturing the ancient, and he says, I'm not interested in that. He says that in Junon. Yeah. But eventually, the plot leads him back to following the ancient, that very same thing. He can't really escape the task his father set out for him. But it's really interesting because I feel like everything he does has this sort of vitriolic thirst to prove himself against the ghost of his father that just dictates all of his actions. And that is such an interesting concept for his character that makes total sense and is a great sort of catalyst for all that he does. Because really, if you think about it, he's not going to have... He has no qualms about teaming up with Cloud. Why would he care about that? Until he thinks that he betrays him or tries to do the assassination.
Right.
Anything that'll make him a better president, bigger, better, smarter. Than his father, yeah. The conflict with Wutai, the ceasefire thing with Wutai, he straight up calls the dropping of the plate like stupid. Basically, he says he doesn't go at it from a moral perspective, but he says like, why did none of you push back on this? Because this was a horrible, like, this was not a smart thing to do. Little does he know that Reeve absolutely did push back. His words had no effect.
Right.
But it's just really interesting that he, in a lot of ways, I think is less decadent and smarter than his father, but in a lot of ways is also unable to escape his shadow and is trapped. So I'm really interested to see how Part 3 will carry that forward. I feel like some of the only times where he feels truly free is when he's fighting Cloud.
I was just about to bring that up.
He fights Cloud in the Colosseum, and I think he's having fun. I think he has fun. And I don't think he's able to feel that free often. And, he starts this war with Wutai and does all this stuff, but how much of that is actually his own will, and how much of that is Sephiroth trying to harness huge amounts of despair by inciting war? How much is that really his own agency? So it's this really cool thematic stuff to do with who is he? How will he be his own person, step out of his father's shadows, and usurp him? And I find that so fascinating.
Dude, going to cook on your Cloud and Rufus point there for a sec, because what you said earlier about Lodbrok kept turning in the back of my head for Jenova, a potential illusion, a Sephiroth clone, a Sephiroth clone of sorts. It's fascinating because I already saw Rufus and Cloud as parallels in leadership. But now, after you said that, they really are extremely similar. In the way that they're executing this game, at least. Look at Rufus and what he's dealing with Lodbrok, and it's almost picture-perfect parallel to what Cloud is dealing with Sephiroth. Ghosts of the past that they just can't let go of. And it's so interesting how they have so much in front of them, but this one thing continues to hold them back for both of them. And I the moment you brought up the Jenova thing, I immediately bought into the idea because of that. I think that would actually be really cool. And honestly, based on where we're going in Disc 2 to start next game, in Icicle Inn, there is going to be whenever Cloud gives Sephiroth the Black Materia, when all of the Shinra troopers show up there is a moment where the reunion happens, all these characters converge in one spot. I would not be surprised if Lodbrok if your theory is correct, and Lodbrok is revealed to be something like that, and it shows up there. Because not only do we have a Jenova boss fight in that region in the original game, the reunion happens there. So everyone's going to be there. And Rufus has an extremely important part to play in that, when that stuff happens, when everything starts going to chaos, when the reunion is at hand. So if both Cloud and Sephiroth's thing really hits that point there, obviously, with him giving the Black Materia, I would not be surprised if that's where the Lodbrok and Rufus thing comes to a head as well, which then would lead us into Wutai directly. Well, I don't know how they were going to do that. Well, I guess we could talk about that later, because I have no idea how they're going to structure the next game based on what they've done here. But I found that idea so fascinating based on what we've been given so far. And they've given so much extra stuff to the Turks that just remembering what they do in that second disc that we're going to be covering next game is like continuously filling me with ideas of all of these different things that they could do thematically, and or we could talk about it later. Regardless, Rufus is awesome. That's my guy. That's our guy. And shout out to the Turks. There was a great moment with Elena in Chapter 4 when you go upstairs while searching for your fellow soldiers, and she's just sitting there drinking, and if you press the X button, she says, "Leave me alone, I'm sad." And I was like, "Oh, Elena, like it's okay, it's gonna be okay." But going on to chapters 5, 6, and 7, Coastal del Sol and the Shinra 8 boat. I was wondering how they're going to do this, because in the original game, this is when we believe that we finally caught up to Sephiroth. And I was wondering how they're going to pull that off. And they did such a great job of putting the Queen's Blood tournament there, filling us with so many great character interactions. One of my favorite moments in the game is Red 13 popping up there at the end.
Oh my god, yeah.
Revealed as the actual final boss. That was so good.
So great.
So good. And seeing the return of Madden M and Andrea, like so many great sequences there. But once you finish that, we continue the story, and I was wondering, like, how are we going to do the Sephiroth thing? And I think the way that they kept giving you crumbs was very similar to the original game. But because of how Sephiroth was established in Chapter 1, in this game, it had a different weight to it. I love what they did there. In particular, whenever, right before the Genoa fight starts, you know you're getting into something crazy, because for the first time, I'm trying to recall back, I think it is the first time in the game, the party's completely split, outside of just Cloud, obviously. But at this point, and Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa, and Junon. But here, like, you're waking up, trying to get everybody together, you're fighting with Aerith and Red 13 over here, then you go over and it's Cloud, Tifa, and Barret against Genova, I believe it's Lifebringer, whichever one it is.
Yeah.
Or Emergent, Genova Emergent. And the fight, it goes in, music's going hard, and whatever. But once again, Sephiroth has escaped your grasp just whenever you thought you had him, which is something that the original game did very, very well. But they continue to build upon we gotta follow the guys who are robed in black, which becomes a very prevalent thing later on in Nibelheim. But there was these little moments there, and in Costa del Sol, where the robed individuals start disturbing the passengers, to the point where the captain of the ship actually kills several of them.
Yeah. And
we have great reactions from Barret and Cloud, like, "Yo, what are you doing?" And the captain's like, "I'm doing what's best for my passengers." And it put me as the player in a position like, "Barret, isn't this what you did for your people too? Like, this is when you blew up the reactor, you killed a bunch of individuals for what you believe was protecting the planet." And it's that type of stuff that they added in this game that just lets me know they know what they are doing. And so once you get into Costa del Sol, and that continues, and we see how everybody's reacting in disgust to these individuals, and our party is trying their hardest to make sure they remain unharmed, especially when Hojo comes into play. But even besides that, even besides the story stuff, I love Costa del Sol so much because of the shenanigans, man. I mean, the mini games, the dates, just everything about it, the swimsuits, the fun. It was just such a fun chapter that ends on a Crisis Core reference with where Zack held the umbrella in the original game, fighting that gastropod. Now Cloud was holding the umbrella against the gastropod, and it just led to some great moments with the party. Every single member of the party got great moments here, and it was a great formal introduction to Yuffie. I love how they did the original introduction to Yuffie. here, but obviously not optional. In the original game, whenever you go to Mideel and around that area, of course, you can't hit triangle or go to the save because you're going to lose Yuffie. And there's like a 5-question prompt that comes up. And here, that exact same prompt pops up.
Yeah.
Except all it does is just give you so much great character interaction. And I loved it so much. It was a great way to have Yuffie join us. And love what they did with Johnny as well. So many great things. But I want to get your thoughts on what they did here with Costa del Sol and the Shinra 8 boat. Because once again, another sequence like in Junon where I was like, wow, man, this game is amazing. They know what they're doing. This is insane.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy because I don't know if you feel this way, but in the remake, there are 16, 17 chapters.
Yes, 18.
And 18. Okay, sorry. But there are a couple in there that I feel are thinner in terms of story. Like, there are chapters that happen where I'm just like, this feels a little padded out. It doesn't have a huge factor on my enjoyment, but it's definitely a weaker chapter.
For sure.
Like, for example, there's a huge segment close to the end of the game where you're going through Hojo's experiments as the party splits up. Like, that was really long, and I could have been shorter for me. I don't know, stuff like that. There's not a single chapter in this game that is anything less than incredibly substantial. There is not a weak spot anywhere. Not a single chapter. The Mithril Mines could have been, but it wasn't. It was really interesting world building, great character interactions, fun gameplay, you know? Chapter 5 could have been, but instead they make it one of the most fun chapters in the entire game.
100%.
The Queen's Blood tournament, oh my god, it was just so much fun. It ramps up and what I like about this is, you know, we like One Piece on here. So a good comparison for this, I think, is that you know how Oda always, Togashi does this too, varies up the tone and approach from arc to arc.
Yes.
In Junon, we had a bunch of silliness and over-the-top stuff, but it ramped up into something very tense and very dramatic at the end.
Yep.
And then we just get a detour. You know, we get respite, and we have this really fun Queen's Blood tournament with amazing character interactions, super endearing. Man, Red when he just goes, "Let me speak to the manager." Like, animals cannot play Queen's Blood. Let me speak to the manager. I was dying at that, and then when he appears later dancing in his bloody Shinra uniform, I was just rolling in my seat, just laughing.
Yep.
It's so
good.
great. It's so charming. It's hilarious. It's great establishment for characters that we'll see later as well. And like Regina or Regina.
Ah, yes.
And it's great to see.
I loved what they did with her character in this game.
Yeah, it was really good. And the introductions here. And then seeing Andrea, Madame M, it's all great stuff. Other sides of the party as they play as well.
Yes.
I loved it. It was just tons of simple, awesome fun that's so characteristic of 7. And then, yeah, the little detail with the captain shooting the soldier and then it reflecting on Barrett. I didn't catch that, but that's a great call. That's a great catch. Again, you know, the human elements of our party. We love Barrett. Barrett, we haven't talked much about Barrett, and we will once we get to Coral, I'm sure.
For sure.
But Barrett, to me, is one of the biggest triumphs of this game.
100%.
And I love him. He is one of the most lovable characters out there. But he is very hypocritical, you know?
Sure.
And that's these characters are humans, and that's a great example of that. Costa del Sol, it is everything I wanted it to be and more. The dates, like you said, the shenanigans, the mini games, Johnny's little resorts, and the sort of collectathon it becomes. The getting the different swimsuits, and again, a lot of that. Well, actually, a decent amount of it's optional, but I don't understand. Like, to me, the line between optional and non-optional was completely blurred because I just did everything.
Same.
So I don't know what was, but
I feel you.
A good amount of it you don't have to do if you don't enjoy the games. And then it's interesting because Hojo on the beach in the original with like sun tanning on the beach is such a tonal whiplash. I'm just like, how are they gonna do that? I think they did it really well in a way that was kind of bizarre, but didn't really break tone. Some nice characterization for the three girls who were with him and the side quests after. It was great, and just explore again. Costa del Sol, another town, another wonderful place to get lost in and just walk around. Go around the resort in your little what are those things called? Where it counts your steps. I forget what it's called.
Right. I forgot what it's called too. But yeah, it's the little machine. The little machine.
it was just so much fun. I spent days there just doing mini games and exploring and just hanging out. And but my favorite part is the quiet character moments right at the end. The scene we talked about where Aerith talks about wanting to hurt Hojo. Tifa just making herself a drink in her loneliness and saying, you know, I maybe one day when all this is done, I'd like to return here. Red, Nanaki just feeling that he should have done better, and losing his cool at Hojo, and Barrett as well feeling inadequate, that he could have done more. And saying, you know, I want to show Marlene this place. Again, alluding to the fact that this is a beautiful place we want to save, and we want to return to these places with our loved ones when this is all done, you know? Just a beautiful, with the sunset, just a beautiful, quiet character moment for all four. That leads into the Yuffie introduction and all that stuff. Again, just like the rest of the game, it was masterful, but in a different way than the chapters prior to this. So yeah, I loved it. It was amazing.
Oh, that's a perfect segue, actually. Before, because we're about to cook on chapter 8, fantastic chapter. But before that, there was a sequence, and this is why I say this game's attention to detail might be second to none. There is a little moment when you go on the beach out in chapter 7, right outside of Costa del Sol. There's a song that plays there that doesn't play in any other part of the game, and it is the Collapse
Expressway.
Yep, Collapse Expressway, and it plays in this one little corner of the game because that's where the side quest takes place. That reminds us of the stuff that happened in chapter 8 in Remake, and that to me is why this game is like so insane. And another great callback there is that we get to see the squad again, and we get to do our sit-ups here in the open world as well. So a lot of great stuff there. So many great things to explore. But as we head into chapter 8, once again, this is another chapter I was looking forward to. There were two things that I couldn't wait to see in this game. In this particular section, obviously, a lot of things that I couldn't wait to see. But this game touched upon three things, or this chapter touched upon three things that I was very curious on. Number one was the gold saucer. I wanted, as we talked about before we even started playing the game, gold saucer meant a lot to me. So I wanted to know how the introduction was going to be, how it was going to sound, play, vibe, all that stuff. And they did such a great job there that it almost made me forget my second point, which is the Barrett Masterclass, man. Dude, let me tell you something. I've always loved Barrett. I've loved him so much since the initial my initial love for FF7 began. And as the years went by, because of his absence from so much of the media outside of FF7, he isn't as iconic as, or at least to the individuals that don't play FF7. So people who don't play FF7,
right.
they know Cloud, they know Tifa, Aerith, Vincent, Sephiroth. But Barrett is like almost always absent in those. And I understand, like Kingdom Hearts, having a character like Barrett who's always cursing, I get it, I understand. But here's the thing. Barrett has always been one of this game's best characters. Remake amplified that like 100-fold. Rebirth amplified that like 1,000,000-fold. I feel like Barrett has some of the best moments with every party member. He does not miss with a single party member.
Absolutely.
I don't care if it's Kate Sith, Red 13, Yuffie, Cloud, Tifa, Aerith. It could be anyone. And his interactions with them is by itself worth the price of admission. But now we get into his story, and I was looking forward to seeing this because Mount Coral in the original game is extremely important. And so the build up to it when you first leave in Chapter 7, and Tifa's like, oh yeah, that's right, we're near your hometown, right? And he's immediately starting to quiet down. This is Barrett we're talking about. Barrett never gets quiet over anything. So we knew something was off. And man, the way that they executed his entire thing, I was wondering, how are they going to do the mystery of the man holding the gun, and how are they going to hide it? And instead of doing what the original game did, which is ride entirely on, is it Barrett who is potentially betraying us? Is it Barrett who's lost his mind? Here we clearly see that Barrett is chasing after Dyne.
Yeah.
But what I love so much about that is they're not riding on the mystery here. They're riding on the emotional aspect of it and how that's causing an internal conflict in our characters. And I love that approach. Absolutely loved it. There were multiple different points, especially whenever you go on the miniature date sequence and you run out and you see Barrett, who's sitting out there looking at a bunch of kids play together, and he's like, man, I wish I could bring Marlene here. And that humanizes him so much right before he's confronted with that crazy situation. We got a brief flashback before Gold Saucer about the importance of him and Dyne and him in Mount Coral. He has multiple, I call them Luffy moments and Shanks moments, where the individuals here are clowning on him and he's not doing a single thing back.
Yeah.
Not a single thing.
That's the Jaya spread right there.
Yes, the Jaya spread, you know? And I'm going to assume to new players, they must have been going through that like, man, like, yo, what did he do? What could he have possibly done? And it's like the guilt that that Barrett is going through, not just because of what he believed he did to Dyne, but also what he did to these individuals around him that he clearly loves. If he loves the planet, which is something that you could say is quote-unquote far away, right? How would you feel as Barrett, as passionate as he is, about the place that he grew up in? Like, he feels like he betrayed these people. He feels like he let them down. He feels like he's the reason why they are in this place to begin with. And so he's like, I don't care if they pour anything on me, or spit on me, or curse at me. I deserve every last bit of it. And so going from there to him not bringing anything up, and the very next moment that we get with him is him letting Cloud know, you and I, we're not built for this nonsense. Let's go back to the hotel.
Yeah.
And then we see that, like Cloud, he also can't sleep, and he's out and about, and he's thinking about not himself, but his daughter, whom he left back in Midgar. And I'm like, this type of stuff that makes him such a great character. And when you get the Dyne stuff, I couldn't believe how masterful that was, bro. I was like, not only was the voice acting incredible, but the additional sequences they added had me like, not only did I legitimately tear up there, but I felt so much for Dyne, where for a second there, I was like, just let him live. Just let him live. But of course he couldn't. And in this one, it was a little different, where he actually strikes back at Shinra soldiers, Zack style, and that's the way that he dies here. But they just did such a masterful thing there with Barrett. And before I let you go for my last point, well, hold on, Kate Sith, my guy, my perfect boy. They did such a great job with him in this game.
They did,
and it started there. It started in Chapter 8. So glad they kept the Scottish accent. Wow, what a phenomenal job they did with Kate Sith. But with Zack, Chapter 8 was the first time we cut back to Zack in the game. And it was really powerful because you go back and you see the differences, right? Over here in the Gold Saucer, the way the world is over here, and then we cut back to a world with zero hope, and one individual who has his best friend in a coma, and the girl that he loves laying down in a bed, and neither of them are waking up. And he's trying his hardest to stay positive in the situation. And so he's out here trying to find Biggs, and it's such a short but very, very powerful and memorable segment of the story to that point that I really, really love what they did there. It set up a great type of thing that we should expect from the rest of the story from that point on, is that every time that we cut over to Zack, whatever is happening over there will in some way, shape, or form have some sort of connection to what's going on our side.
Right.
And as someone who, like I said, really holds the Gold Saucer stuff near and dear to my heart, they did such a great job with Chapter 8 that if a few more chapters in this game weren't as masterful as they were, I was ready to say Chapter 8 is my favorite chapter. But it's not. I can't say it is. I can't say it is because we'll talk about it later, but the finale is definitely my favorite chapter. There's no question. There's no question. But Chapter 8 is without question in like that top 4 consideration, and it's because of everything I mentioned so far. They knocked it all out of the park. And yeah, man, Cook, dude. I rambled on there myself. But Cook, dude, Chapter 8, Barrett, greatness. Talk to me, man.
Well, first of all, ditto back at you. Never apologize for cooking. No, but no. When it comes to Dine specifically, you said a lot. You just echoed a lot of my sentiments. I think it was, It's interesting because it's a different approach, like you kind of alluded to. I think that the story of Dine and Barrett, we get introduced to him in Remake, and he is so clearly fighting some demons. He is so clearly not seeing straight. And it just makes you wonder, why is he like this? Why does he feel this way about Shinra? Right. Obviously, it's understandable for someone living in the slums in Midgar to hate Shinra, but this is something extra. Like, what is going on? So it plants a seed, and it makes you wonder, why all of this? And also, Marlene. You never know, but they do not look related. So what's going on there? So there's a couple of hooks with regards to Barrett's backstory, and you imagine it's going to be dark, but I really think the Dine stuff is maybe the darkest stuff up till that point in the whole story, in his fate and what happens to him, and how it leaves an impact on Barrett. It's interesting because in the original, it's very sort of subdued and understated. Yes. It's very quiet and devastating in that way. This is a lot more dramatic, and like you said, he does a sort of Zack fight back in his last. Right at the end, he's able to display his humanity. Right at the end, even if he can't live like that, he's able to die like that. And I think that's beautiful. And it was great. It got some tears out of me, whereas it was a different sort of horror when I first played it. It was just like shock.
Right.
This was a lot more tear-jerking for me. So it really got me. It was great. And I love the impact it has on Barrett. That is, to me, one of the most meaningful things about it. is how he takes in the lesson and he bears his sins. He lives with it, like Dine tells him to, and he carries that forward. That's the will he inherits and carries forward into his task and what he wants to do. And it even lends even more impetus for trying to protect Marlene, as if he needed it. So it's all great. It's all wonderful. I wanted to draw attention to something that's a bit more subtle that happens in Chapter 7. Sorry, do you mind if I just blow my nose for a sec?
Oh, no, yeah, go ahead, bro.
One sec. Okay, sorry about that.
No, you're all good, dude. No worries.
So Chapter 7 is when Yuffie gets introduced, right? Mm-hmm. And they then make their way up to Mount Coral, and Barrett starts being, like you said, Barrett starts being a bit more quiet, more subdued. Mm-hmm. He's clearly bracing himself, and talking quite negatively about the place they're going. And what I love about it is Yuffie and him have this back and forth, beautiful, they're kind of bickering, but it's obviously playful and done in good fun. And she continuously sort of rags on him, he says, he says something about getting permission to do something, and she goes, "Oh, do I have permission to breathe, sir? Do I have permission to She's
That's such a great moment.
It's awesome. She's joking around. She's just being, this little mischievous little devil, and it's annoying him. But what I love about it is that it's in a moment where Barrett is very clearly emotional and
For sure.
Subdued and maybe scared of what's to come, and she helps him, helps distract him. She helps take his mind off it, and I think there's something really beautiful about that. And they argue the whole way, and those two and Tifa go ahead, and there's these beautiful drawings that she does on the way there. That are so charming, and they don't need these are the little details. They don't need to do that. No. They don't need to do that at all. I wouldn't. No one in the world who plays this game is going, if there's no drawings, is going, man, I wish Yuffie drew these charming, silly little drawings on the way to this. But they did it because it adds little bits of characterization and deepens Yuffie and Barrett's relationship. And so they spend the whole time. They have this competition about which route to take with the train, and they spend the whole time arguing back and forth. Clearly not seriously arguing, but arguing, bickering. And then the moment they step into Coral and everyone is chastising and abusing Barrett, who sticks up for him the loudest?
It was Yuffie.
It's
Good
Yuffie.
point. Yes.
It's Yuffie.
Great point, dude.
They just met each other. They just spent a little bit of time together, but they already have this insane, unbelievable kind of father-daughter-like connection.
Great point. Mm-hmm.
I think that in a lot of ways, obviously it's not exact, it's not one-to-one, but in a lot of ways, Barrett is to Yuffie what Sonon was, and Yuffie is to Barrett what Marlene is. Not exactly, but they kind of fill that role.
I see the vision.
And Yuffie and Barrett is one of my absolute favorite dynamics in the game. I think it's magnificent, and for some of the reasons I just said. Yuffie does so much for him here, and I got emotional seeing her stick up for him because of all this. When it really matters, she cares for him so quickly, so strongly. And that's everything. That's the beauty in the character writing and the character presentation in this game. Yuffie and Barrett really don't have that in the original. They don't have anything really like that at all. But they thought about it. They thought about both characters, and they went, no, this is a perfect relationship to write. And they did, and it's beautiful. So that was actually a little detail, quite subtle, but it's one of my favorite things about Chapter 8. And then the Dine stuff speaks for itself. I just talked about it. You just talked about it. Golden Saucer, what can you even say? It's magnificent. Yeah. And what I like about it is what they do with the gameplay flow. They because it's overwhelming. It's very overwhelming. It's where do I I got there and I was a little stressed out. I'm like, where do I go? Where do I start? But they kind of they railroad you into going with Barrett, like you said, and then you go with I think it's either Tifa or Aerith. I'm not sure how many choices you have for that, but I got Tifa, and then you
Same.
so your waypoints, your checkpoints are all the different places, so you gradually explore it. So I like the way they did it. It was less stressful than I thought it would be, because I'm just like, I don't want to miss it. Where do I go? So I like the way they did that. But I love it. I love the haunted mansion, the haunted hotel.
Oh, that was so good.
It's so much fun. Just how they brought it to life. The
I
ghosts
couldn't believe
playing Queen's Blood, the different floors, the little jokey details in the room. You know.
Yep.
It's awesome. And the stuff they did with the Dust Bowl too. That's a whole.
I forgot to bring up the Dust Bowl.
Yeah.
That was so good. Yeah.
That's a whole town
Absolutely.
too. It's a whole town
good point.
too. With its own, and it's really sort of gritty and down to earth and grungy, but it has its own sort of weird charm as well. It's very rich. It's absolutely a place that would exist in this spot at the foot of the Golden Saucer. These sort of chilling monuments, like these almost like crucifix looking things that you see as you go down for the first time, outlined against the night sky. It's really beautifully done. And so it's Chapter 8 is just top to bottom full of quality, absolutely full of quality. Whether it's the loud stuff, whether it's the little details, the subtle stuff. And you mentioned Kate. He is so great. He is like, I think there's some really good character development stuff that alludes to stuff to do with Reeve sort of later on. But even if we're just talking about his sheer presence and energy and personality, he is just so great. He's sort of like a connective glue in the party in a lot of ways. And
For sure.
So effortlessly has a fun dynamic with everyone and just offers this great energy that I really like. And one more thing about Yuffie is that I think that she's the sort of energy that the party needs in a lot of points. Like their energy is really down when they're on their way to the Golden Saucer because of Barrett sort of giving that glimpse of his backstory. Everyone's kind of down, but she helps cheer them up with her energy, and they get there, and then she's doing these dances. She does the magical girl transformation. She gets the girls into it. She gets Aerith and Tifa into the dance. She is, for the energy of Yuffie and Kate are both so great for the overall morale and energy of the group, I think.
I really love that introductory sequence to the Gold Saucer. Does a great job not just introducing you and making you go like, oh my god, like this is insane, but it does such a great job characterizing Yuffie and Kate Sith immediately upon entering, where, like you said, Yuffie's like, I missed out on the Costa del Sol stuff. I ain't missing out this time. Screw you guys. We're gonna have fun. And Kate Sith obviously plays this role wonderfully there. To go back to the incredible stuff in Chapter 7, the Cloud Jr. thing was genuinely some of my favorite stuff in like the entire game. That stuff was brilliant, and the way they brought that back later was awesome. Awesome stuff. But yeah, man, Chapter 8, absolute greatness. Heading into Chapter 9, now, for anyone that didn't play the original game, that is still listening to this, the original game's Gongaga is legit like a 5-minute sequence.
It's crazy what they transformed it into. Oh my gosh.
And they turned it into the Tarzan section of Kingdom Hearts. It is absolutely insane. This section blew my mind in so many different directions. I purposefully did not talk about Palmer because I believe him and Scarlet have a similar type of thing in this game that I was really surprised by. Palmer, in the original game, you don't fight him until you get to Rocket Town.
Yeah.
And you did it there at the end of Chapter 8. So then you get to Chapter 9, and you see the big robot thing, a prototype of that you're going to fight later on, when you go back to Midgar. And so I was like, okay, they're setting this stuff up here. But even before we get to that stuff, seeing how far they take the Cloud and Aerith to Zack connection in this sequence with Cisne and anything to do with Zack here.
It's so good.
Hit so hard, bro. It hit so flippin' hard in multiple different sequences. Aerith made me tear up a few times with her obvious nods to Zack and to Crisis Core. But I was not expecting that reactor sequence to hit me the way that it did. When the party splits up and you go over there, first as the male group, and you see all the craziness happening there, it's very interesting. A great mystery, especially for us who played the original game. We're like, what are they building here? The whispers are back. What's going on? This is actually getting crazy. So that stuff is building up there. Then once that reaches its climax, they do the rebirth thing, and now we go over to the female side of things, and we see their group come in and save the day. And that gameplay was awesome, following Tifa as she's Spider-Manning around and doing a lot of great stuff there. But they already started connection between her and Scarlet, which we know that's going to have something there.
Right.
But also, they don't give her the final thing because this game's attention to detail, once again. Yuffie tells Barrett, because of what you said earlier, their connection to each other, and what Scarlet did as well to Wutai. Yuffie's like, wait a minute. Scarlet hurt me and Barrett? Hey,
yeah.
The moment we see her, I don't care what you got going on. Let me know. I'm the one that's laying the smackdown. And I love how consistent they are staying to that. And I can't wait for that in part 3. But then we get to some of the best stuff in this game. And that is the Cloud craziness starts popping off here on all cylinders. And as someone who, my favorite stuff in the original game has to do with Cloud and his psyche, and in particular, the entire break, everything to do with Cloud and that aspect of the original game is my favorite stuff. It is so good. The way that Remake and Rebirth are committing to that, which I can't wait to talk about in Chapter 14, which is why I love it so much. But here is where I started to see, oh my goodness, they are really, really committing to this. The entire game to this point has been a game with Sephiroth and Cloud, where he's just continuously presenting, I killed her, so who is she? Who is this illusion? This is not the same Tifa that you knew. And for us who played the original game, we're like, what are they doing? Are they doing this in reverse? Or is Cloud living Tifa's arc? I was like, what's going on here? But once I got to that point in Chapter 9, I was like, I get it. I get it. They're just committing to how insane, not only just delusional, but how much this stuff is actually getting to him, to the point where he no longer has control over himself. Like he said in the original game, in Medial, whenever he's in the live stream, there's another person in me. Like, there's another individual in there that I don't want to be. And we see this individual here, and he strikes back at Tifa in one of the most shocking moments in this game, where I was like, what is going on?
Jaw-dropping.
It's immediately AJ, followed by a sequence more shocking than that, where she goes into the live stream, and immediately I'm like, what are they doing? Then we see the scene from the original game, but through Tifa's perspective. And it's like, oh my god, we're in the live stream, living the Medial section, but it's for Tifa. And then they bring in Weapon, and it's like, what are they cooking? It kept flooring me every single time something continued in that chapter, I was like, what is happening? And then Tifa attempts to reach out to Cloud, who in her mind she sees as being right behind Sephiroth. As unattainable as Cloud felt that Tifa was to him, I was like, oh my god, bro, they're just geniuses. They are geniuses. And so once we got through that entire live stream sequence, and we cut back to the present, and we get one of my favorite scenes in the game, which is one of the only dorky Cloud, real Cloud moments, which is my favorite scene in the original game is when Cloud accepts himself after the breakdown, and he apologizes to everyone and lets them know who he actually is, right? And obviously, this is thanks to Tifa and the efforts of the live stream. But we get our first look into both of those here at the end of Chapter 9. We get a phenomenal scene with Tifa and Cloud as both of them present their... We see sort of the conclusion of their particular arc that's been built throughout this game. Of, one attempting to get close to the other, and the other tries, but they can't. And they finally have this moment where they're like, no. Like, it much earlier in the original game, but it serves a different purpose. And it's like, this is the first time, well, one of the only few times that we see the real Cloud. And he even says here, I don't think I'm a hero. When I heard that, I was like, what are we doing? This is genius. Like, they are building upon my favorite aspect of the original game and actually fleshing it out to the point to where I think it's going to hit much harder in the next game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And that's when and at the end of Chapter 9, that's when I was like, oh, okay, listen, they could do whatever from this point forward. If they give me another anime original scene, like they just hit me with Tifa, that completely changes the entire game, take the wheel and do whatever you want. And I want to keep in mind this particular conversation before you go ahead, because this to me is very, very intentional. Cloud says to Tifa that he's not going to allow Sephiroth to fool him like that again. And that's very, very important, because he does. And it's because of the Tifa illusion, the Tifa moments throughout the game where Sephiroth forced him to contemplate whether she was a real Tifa, that I feel like leads perfectly into what happens with Aerith at the end of the game, where because of what happened with Tifa, he refuses to be fooled by Sephiroth, and now, rather than questioning, he's going to accept any and all things because he refuses to let Sephiroth confuse him again. And so, but we'll get back to that whenever we get to Chapter 14. But I want to hear your thoughts, because this was one of the craziest chapters. So many great Rebirth-only content. Even probably some of the best Proto-Relic stuff, too, is here. Just Gongaga, Zack, Tifa, craziness. Talk to me, bro, because holy flagnards. Holy flagnards.
Chapter 9 is absolutely one of my favorites, I think. It's... I think it's in the conversation for the chapter whose content is most elevated, I think.
Right.
It's definitely one of them. It's magical. Gongaga is absolutely stunning. The music is so beautifully serene and gorgeous. I've done this multiple times throughout the game, but when I entered Gongaga, I just walked in, and the party go off and they're doing their own thing, and you walk a little bit into the town, a little past the outskirts of town, and there's this these musicians playing this song outside the bar, and I don't know, I just sort of sat there and kind of just took it in for a few minutes, just in a sort of trance, and that's not the first time in Chapter 9 I was in a trance, because sorry to jump ahead a little bit, but have you played Chrono Trigger?
Oh, one of my all-time favorites.
Okay, good. So when Zeal is unveiled, and you hear the music and all that sort of thing. That
Yes.
is one of those all-time moments where I just sort of sat in shock, and just my jaw was dropped, and I feel like I was hardly breathing. I was just transported into the game. I wasn't even aware that I was a living, breathing human. I was just complete. Like, it was one of those moments, and those are, it's beyond immersion. That's what happened. Tifa in the live stream for me. That scene, like
Literally.
that was just incredible. And that to that extent does not happen a lot. It's happened like in Xenoblade a couple times. It happened in a sequence in like Shadowbringers for 14. It happened in Chrono Trigger, but it's just a handful. And it happened with Rebirth there. That was just totally stunning. But sorry, back to Gungaga. The making Cissnei the sort of heart and soul of the town was so genius.
Genius.
The way she, because if you know her arc from Crisis Core, her ties with Shinra and how she sort of defected from that and is now so focused on just living peacefully in this place that has such beauty, and protecting it. Her respect for those who have fallen. The scene in the beginning with the graves. And then how Kate Sith just sort of sits there and overlooks the town. It's so therapeutic to me. It was so beautifully calming and serene. And it's just a magnificent town, a magnificent experience, and I loved it. And then Tifa in the life, like, it was just totally shocking. And along with all that you said about how Cloud looks at it, and how he also, I think it's really smart how it sort of sets the stage for Tifa and sort of explains how part of the reason why she may be doubting her own memories when it comes to discrepancies between what she knows and what Cloud knows, because she hit her head when she was a kid going after her mom and was fed lies. And so she doubts her memories. That's part of why she doesn't speak up. There's a lot of elements to it, but it's part of it is also doubting her own memories. So I thought that's pretty cool. And so it sets the stage for her saying, she's been grappling with Cloud and his psychology and what's going on. And, what do I do? And of course she wants to be there for him. She never, there's never a doubt in her mind that she's going to be there for him. But, am I, does she have the confidence to stick with it? And she's sort of struggling with it. And then she realizes here that Cloud was there for her when no one was, which just reinforces her determination to, no matter what's going on with him, this man literally almost killed her, but she will be there for him no matter what. And I think it's absolutely beautiful, a beautiful reaffirmation of their relationship. And it's cute, Yuffie and Kate Sith going like kiss,
Yuffie had me dying in that section.
Yeah, that was cute. And also this is the section where Yuffie has her song, so peak.
Yes, I'm so bored.
Is so good. But it also adds a cool element to Tifa, which is this connection with the planet and the life stream, having witnessed all this that she talks about in Cosmo Canyon, and it gives her this sort of extra element and connection with the planet that she never had in the original, and an extra reason to want to protect it, which I think is really cool, really cool addition to her character. And with it also had me thinking, like, Sephiroth's plan, or part of why, part of his plan is, I think, obvious in this sequence, looking back on it, because he really wants to, there's a lot of stuff going on with his plan, but I think what's clear is he straight up says he needs to harvest as much sorrow across as many multiverse universes as he can to then, insert himself, stop the live stream, and then harness it himself. Something along those lines. He needs despair. He needs sorrow. And he needs it from some of the most important people connected to the fate of the planet, Cloud specifically. He needs Cloud to despair. And who is the reason that Cloud does not despair in the original, that he finds himself again? Tifa saves him in the original. So I was wondering at this point, why is all this like, this feels like a really natural thing to happen in that scene, which is going to be in part 3. Why is it happening now? It's happening because Sephiroth is trying to, nip it in the bud. He doesn't want Tifa saving him.
Right.
As well as there's stuff from producers that's come from the developers saying that they want Aerith and Tifa to both have like equal emphasis in the game. Yeah. That's a nice byproduct of that. But I think that's, when we're talking about plot reason, I think that's it. For sure. So it's just so smart in so many ways. A lot of the details you just said as well, in ways that can inform your thoughts on the ending. Cloud's psychology, just enriching and building up so that the payoff will be even better when we get to that moment in part 3. Chapter 9 is just peak video game storytelling. It's absolutely phenomenal. It's unbelievable,
dude. So there's something that by the way, very, very well said. There's a thing that you said there with Tifa and her connections to the planet, and I wanted to elaborate on that because there is a section in part 3 where I believe we're going to see the payoff of that. So in the original game, there's a very, very odd sequence that is never explained, and I think Rebirth is going to explain it. So right after Cloud gives Sephiroth the black materia and the party splits, when you're in control of Tifa and Barret, they get captured by Shinra and Junon, and Tifa's left in that room by herself. Barret is trying to get into the room, and it's not Barret and Cait Sith that end up freeing Tifa. It's actually the disturbance of a weapon invading.
Oh, yeah.
That allows Tifa to break free. And I think, because I always wondered, while going through that section, why is it that there's so much emphasis on Tifa here while this weapon is approaching Junon? And now this game is letting me know, maybe that connection was always there. It was just on like the very, very lowest part of the iceberg. But they're pulling it out here. And I think that's so good. Because now, in that very same sequence, we also have Scarlet, who is very, very antagonistic towards Tifa. And we get payoff there as well. So we're going to get payoff for the connection to weapon with Tifa, the potential connection to the planet, as well as the Scarlet slap and all of that. So I feel like Chapter 9 is going to have a lot of long-term payoff there in that sequence. And that's going to be really, really exciting. It just goes to show, once again, they know the original game very well. They're building towards certain things in Part 3, and we just need to leave it in their hands because they know what they're doing. I can't wait for that, because I can already tell when we get to that point, we're going to see Weapon, just like we did in this game. And when it's approaching, they're going to be losing their minds, and whatever anime original sequences happen there. But I can see it playing out very similarly. And because of that, the payoff to this is going to be super good. And I can't wait to see what the overall live stream thing ends up connecting Tifa to the eventual Mideel thing. Because once she gets so comfortable with the planet and with Mideel, it's going to allow that live stream sequence to feel much more natural in the next game. Like, we're going to understand why she was able to save Cloud and why she was able to feel comfortable doing that within a sequence that feels so supernatural. So they're cooking. They're cooking there with that stuff. So I'm very, very excited for the payoff there with all of that in Part 3. But going to Cosmo Canyon now, baby. Now listen. There's one character that I almost always tried to rotate as often, because I kept switching after almost every battle, because I love playing with multiple different combinations. But the character I loved playing with the most, especially in that first playthrough, was my boy Nanaki. So I couldn't wait to get to Cosmo Canyon. Listen, man, Cosmo Canyon for many of us is not only a very emotional, Drum Island-esque part of this game, but it's also a sort of lore-heavy arc as well. So we were looking forward to seeing the emotional stuff with the Gi and with the Lion King-esque story that's told here, but also with Bugenhagen. And I think they did such a great job with additional, how do I call it, belief, religious elements to that entire thing that I thought were really cool touches. In particular, the focus and emphasis on Red 13, Tifa, and Aerith. And, of course, Barrett because of the planetology. But those three because we know they have direct connections, especially with the end of the game, to the planet itself. So when they start, when Tifa gives her testimony, what happens to her, and there's like there's that split in the room. There's that sort of moment of, do we believe her? Type of situation growing there, and then an Aerith who is still trying to find a lot of these answers herself. It leads to so many great moments, not just for Red 13, but for the entire party. Like, the entire party in the classic campfire sequence get so many great moments. When Aerith lifts the lights into the sky, I cried.
Unbelievable.
I was in tears. They did such a great job making it a Nanaki arc that also continues each individual character arc. And it made it so emotional. And I have to give a shout out to Bugenhagen and the voice actor, because they brought that to life. What an incredible sequence. So many great things. It was the Shinra HQ CG cutscene.
Yeah.
Again, on steroids. It was so good. Loved exploring the entirety of the Cosmo region. But the part itself of Cosmo Canyon was just so well thought out, to the architecture, how the individuals live there, so many things, and then the Gi cave, which is extremely important as well. A way more important and longer section than in the original game that I didn't mind at all. So many great things. Fantastic chapter for the entire party. And it's filled with those little moments, like you said earlier with Yuffie. When Cloud is taking pictures in a side quest, him and Aerith have some phenomenal moments, man. In when he goes to take the picture and Aerith stops her, or stops him. Stands in front of the camera. The two of them have just really nice moments there. Aerith, just in general, her and Tifa, like I said, Tifa and Red 13, just fantastic chapter 10, and it seemed natural for all three, and where their character arcs were at the time. But that Aerith speech at the end really did hit home, knowing what was about to happen.
Yeah.
I was sobbing, man. Like, it hit hard.
Me too.
But talk to me, bro. Yeah, chapter 10, man. Chapter 10.
Yeah. I was completely the same with that Aerith speech. It's I don't know. I think it's because the thing with this game is that it really is like it really is like an enjoy the detours trek of a game. It really is. And there's the Grasslands arc, the Calm Grasslands arc, there's the Junon arc, there's the Costa del Sol arc, the Corel arc, the Gongaga arc, and then you get to Cosmo Canyon, and it's I in terms of the town design, the environmental design, I think it's the best it is in the game in Cosmo Canyon. I think it's the best town. I think it has to be. The scale, the visuals, the culture, the NPC dialogue, everything is just everything in the game is 11 out of 10. This is like a 12 out of 10.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And like I said earlier in the beginning of this, the music is stunning. It's so serene and peaceful, and just makes you just sit there in awe. And I don't know, I was just tearing up at just the music and looking around. But anyway, so sorry. With regards to this game really is like a trek of detours and little arcs. And the thing is that I spent so much time paying attention and losing myself in those detours that I kind of lost sight of what this game was going to end with, which was losing one of our beloved protagonists, one of our beloved, precious party members, one of the best characters in this game, if not the best. And I think this speech is where it dawned on me properly, where I went, "Oh, this is really going to happen,"
Yeah, dude.
It almost feels like, despite her saying, at the end of Remake, she alludes to a lot of things that show that she knows what's going to happen, including her death. Don't fall in love with me, stuff like that.
Right.
But she loses that knowledge. She says, the whispers took it from me. But you still get this feeling that she knows something's going to happen in this. She talks about how life has been so hard, and yet, because of her friends, her precious friends, and it's all been worth it. All the suffering, all the pain, it's still been worth it in the end, and it's been a life worth living. And it's just the lanterns. Oh my God, so beautiful. And how they turn to the live stream, they turn green.
Oh yeah, dude.
Absolutely stunning. So yeah. Amazing. And you talked about Tifa's little speech there. I love it. It's just a continuation of her connection with the planet in a way that she's never really had before. Right. And Nanaki's trial with Barrett. Barrett being the one to support him through all this. Barrett, they have this back and forth, and when he drops the sort of older, wise persona, Barrett's a little taken aback, and he feels like, how much do I really know this guy? But he does. Yeah. He absolutely does. And so much so that, they're like, oh, I'm going to be with him. But Barrett witnesses maybe the most important moment of Nanaki's life, and no one else does in the party. And that's something that they'll always share. And they've always had a little special something, like Barrett and his connections, man. He, like you said, and the sort of swelling of the emotions as it gets to the revelation of what Seto really did, that made me cry too. It was everything I wished for it to be. And then from that into the Gi tribe stuff, what a beautiful explanation for the Black Materia that feeds into the themes of the game. One of which I think is the idea of, eternal life, an infinite legacy, not wanting to be forgotten. A lot of things that are personified through Sephiroth. Sephiroth, who wants to remain this eternal monument of existence. He never wants to be erased. He never wants to be forgotten due to all this stuff that has led to him viewing his identity in such a broken way, being this monument of sort of, not revenge, but kind of revenge against those who would disrespect his mother and the ones who truly have a birthright to this planet. He never wants that himself being an embodiment of this fight back against that sort of thing to be forgotten. He wants to live forever in eternity. Aerith says, sorry to skip ahead, but Aerith says this in his in the final battle. That is so lonely. You actually want this. eternity.
Great point.
And so Sephiroth represents that eternity, and I think it's this desire to exist forever. But part of this game is the fact that nothing exists forever, and that is okay. That doesn't mean it loses its meaning. One day, no one will remember Aerith or Cloud, but that doesn't mean anything that they do is lost or bereft of meaning. That is something that Sephiroth just cannot understand or comprehend for reasons I think that are largely out of his control.
Right.
But that's why he antithesizes them. And something else that throws him into sharp relief is the Gi, because they literally just wanted to die. They wanted to escape from what Sephiroth is subjecting himself to.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't die. They couldn't join the life stream. So they invented the black materia to that end. So I think it's beautifully thematically that they represent all this stuff. And great lore for the origin of the black materia.
Yeah.
And the visuals, it's so otherworldly. It's so River of Styx-like.
Mm-hmm.
I love the visual identity it added to the game.
Agreed.
All this stuff. It was great. And interspersing in all this stuff is more Zack revelations and him and Biggs talking a bit more. And Biggs trying to sort of come to grips with his role as this like sort of side character and wondering what good can I do? Can I make an impact? And the way it coalesces with the Gi and the rest of Chapter 10 stuff, it was basically perfection to me. I loved it,
dude. And not to bring up the Gi Cave and how different it looks to everything else. It reminded me so much of like a Legend of Zelda type of place. In particular, thinking about like once again going back to Majora's Mask,
Yeah.
when the world is coming to a close and you reach that third day, it sort of has that same type of the Gi Cave has that type of feel to it. That like the final day of Majora's Mask does. That's like the vibe I get from it.
Yeah.
It's like you said, it feels otherworldly, as it should, and they did such a great job there. But yeah, man, Cosmo Canyon, what a great story. What a great story arc. So many good things. But yeah, man, then we go back to Nibelheim, and before we touch on that, I want to touch on Sid real quick, because obviously when we left Gongaga, when I heard Pilot, I was like, oh my god, we're going to Rocket Town. I was going crazy because I really like Rocket Town, and I was wondering how are they going to do the Palmer thing if they just did the Palmer thing. And then I realized, oh, there's no Rocket Town in this game.
Yeah.
And it hit me when we hit Nibelheim. Because when we hit Nibelheim, I was like, we got to go back to the saucer after this. There's no way we're going to Rocket Town. So that's when I sort of started like restructuring the game in my head. And I'm curious what they're going to do with Sid, because they've established a new connection with him and Aerith and him and Ifalna. How is that going to pay off in the next game? And when we get to Rocket Town, are we still going to see classic old Sid, that when he goes through his character arc, he turns into this guy, this imposter that we're seeing here? That's not Sid. I'm curious, because I'm excited. At first I was taken aback, because I was like, this ain't Sid. But then I started thinking, okay, no, this is Sid on the job. This is Sid not in Rocket Town. Like, I'm so curious as to how they're going to handle he gets back, he's yelling at Shara. Everybody's like, yo, what in the world's wrong with you? And then he has to go through that journey, like he did in the original game, when he's the party leader, to truly find himself and apologize for his actions. And when he sees his dream become a reality, he has that that great moment of dreams versus those that you love, and if that stuff is really worth it. And I think his character journey, like the other characters in the remake trilogy, is going to be amplified because of this in part 3. So I'm excited. I just wanted to talk about Sid for a sec, because we're about to talk about Vincent. And I have to say this. When we got back to Nibelheim, and we got, obviously, I wanted to see the differences between Chapter 1 and the stuff in Cloud's memories and the things here. I was immediately, I put that to the side, accepted the detours, because the stuff with Aerith and Tifa and Cloud in this section is so much fun. It is so good. The way they tease them and play with them there. Great stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Kate Sith in this chapter, star of the show. Great stuff. Loved playing as him, and loved his particular section as we go more into his psyche. Because in the original game, after he joins, you get the betrayal eventually, and then you get his character stuff. Here we're starting to build on that, and I thought it was great character work for Kate Sith. And then with that, we get Vincent, and I love what they're doing with Vincent. We haven't even touched Lucrezia and all that stuff yet, and I already love what they're doing. Seeing his chaos form was great. Being able to fight it was great. But establishing his connection to the Turks in the same arc where we're following someone on Shinra's side that Barrett already doesn't trust, I thought was great. Because I was like, okay, when Kate Sith betrays them in the Gold Saucer, assuming that happens again, are they not going to trust Vincent either? Because he is a former Turk? I immediately started questioning a lot of things, and I think they just did a great job. They understood the mission, they knew the vibe, and because of that, rather than being very haunting the way that the original Nibelheim was, this one was haunting in a different way, but it was also lighthearted in Rebirth ways. But it's like you started to see a lot of the darkness there. You see what Shinra has done to 2 people. Well, technically, to a whole village of people. But in particular, to Kate Sith, who's sort of trapped. He wants to do more. And he's doing as much as he can in that cat-like body. And then a Vincent, who used to be a part of them, and is now inside of a coffin. So it's like, you're seeing what these former, or in Reeves' case, he's still a part of them, but it's like we're seeing what Shinra has done to not just the planet, but to people as well. And it's really, really important that we have that context for when Kate Sith betrays the party in the next chapter. We're looking at it as the reader and as the player of I empathize with you because I've seen what Shinra's done. I've seen what they've done to the planet. I've seen what they've done to people. I saw what they did to Cloud. I saw what they did to Sephiroth. So many things that when Kate Sith does that in this game, contrary to the original, rather than it being a shock and I'm in Barrett's position of screw this guy, instead I'm like, oh man, that's my boy. Poor Kate Sith. And that doesn't happen without the masterclass in Chapter 11. So even though Chapter 11 most certainly is that transitionary chapter between 2 fantastic chapters, it still serves a very good role. And I want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, Chapter 11's great. You're right. They very intentionally put focus on Kate Sith for that betrayal to build up into it. Just even playing in his shoes makes it feel like, even characterization aside, makes it feel a little more impactful and hard hitting when the betrayal happens. And I think even if you don't really understand why he gives the keystone to the Turks, even if you don't understand why. I think because the great voice acting and the great body language and expressiveness, you can tell that he does not have any genuine feelings of malice or betrayal. Like he didn't. Yeah. This isn't a betrayal emotionally, and I think that's really good. It's really good because I remember when I first played the game, I'm just like, what's going on here? Like I had no clue what I was supposed to feel, what was going. Like I didn't know. Right. But it's very clearly, he says, like, I knew it would end up like this. And it's very clearly, it's clear what is meant, right. which is good. The Vincent stuff was so cool. I think Matthew Mercer does a great job with him.
Agreed.
And fighting him, oh my gosh, we get to fight, that's dude. So cool.
So cool.
But what I like is that, more than we, like you said, we don't know his backstory stuff. We aren't told that yet. With Cid and Vincent, we kind of get what Red 13 got in Remake, which is an introduction, right. Some characterization, but not a ton more than that. And so we don't know that stuff. But what we know more than anything is he despises Sephiroth. Like Cloud says, we're gonna go after Sephiroth, and for him, that's all he needs.
Yeah,
that's all he needs.
That's his entire motivation.
That's everything. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what a great hook for his character. So yeah, he doesn't get a huge amount in this game, but what he does get, I think, is really, really promising going forward. And I totally agree with what you said about Cid. I think that this is him on the job. I do think that when we get to his stuff, because they're not going to cut it out. They're not going to cut it out for sure. Yeah. But when we do get to his stuff, I think it'll be very rough. You know, he'll be rough as he usually is, though I think he'll be a bit less. He'll be a little bit a little softer than the OG, just because I don't know. They've changed his personality a little bit, even though this is him on the job. It feels to me like they've made a conscious effort to make him a little less like he is horrific to her. Right. So I think they're doing that, but I do think his core characterization will stay the same, and that'll be really interesting. So yeah, like you said, lots of great like sort of mechanical work done in Chapter 11, and there's where some of that great Aerith dialogue about being jealous is.
Yes.
Lots of great little Tifa moments as well. I remember as you're walking over there and you're approaching Nibelheim, Tifa goes like Cloud, can you stay close? Like I don't actually know if I'm ready for this. Like they really establish well how emotionally impacting this is and how upsetting this is. And I like that Barrett, if you talk to Barrett, he goes, listen, I know this is tough. If you and Tifa want to leave, just say the word. You know, similar to how he sent the golden saucer to Cloud. I know this ain't your scene. You know, he's such a great, father figure for the group.
Yeah, but he really is.
So yeah, I really enjoy it. I enjoy Chapter 11. You're right. It is a lot less creepy of a tone because in the OG, it's like this is a phantom town of a bunch of puppets that are like doing this macabre show of what Nibelheim used to be, whereas now it's like a treatment facility. But I think the core sentiment of Shinra trying to cover this up is what remains the same, and it is more than enough to help Tifa and Cloud to want to, continue forward and empowers them. And I like Chapter 11 a lot. It does a lot of heavy lifting, which I appreciate.
For sure. One quick note on the open world here. I love that the Chocobos have like water jetpacks. That really the Chocobos have their gimmick in every place here, but this one it changed the game. I was like, I'm flying. I am gathering these things. It was just another great way of them freshening up the open world, and I thought it was great side quests here as well. A lot of great side content. But then we go to the chapter that took me the longest to beat, and mainly because of the fact that I was on vacation. So for the majority of this chapter, I played in a hotel with remote play, and it was peak fiction.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it was peak fiction, dude. So I would be out with the family all day, get back home, or get back to the hotel, and play for about 3 or 4 hours. And it would mainly be catching up on side quests and minigames. And
Peak.
I think it was the second to last. Yeah, I think it was the second to last day of vacation. I had a blast. Felt like I was a kid again with my family playing minigames on Final Fantasy VII. But it was like the second to last day of vacation that I was saving it up for. Trying to save up for. And also, I just genuinely could not beat Chocobo Racing on horrible Wi-Fi. It was so hard. Those minigames were way harder here than they would have been because of that. But after I finished all that, due to the... Did you ever watch the trailer when they first showed No Promises to Keep, the theme song?
I did. I saw the one before, because they made an extended trailer for it, right?
Yeah.
I saw the first one, not the extended one.
Okay. So I knew this was going to happen eventually. And because I knew we would go back to Gold Saucer, like I was theory crafting with my brother, I told him, when we get back to Gold Saucer in Chapter 12, we're going to be treated to one of the best scenes in the game. Because if I know Square Enix, they've never let me down for a theater/opera scene.
Oh, yeah.
Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy VII. It's like these opera theater scenes have always been legendary. They're not going to let me down here. And I'll tell you, bro, as I sat there, finally being able to experience that entire scene, not only was I in tears because of the words being said, the context, knowing what's about to happen, and the little nod to Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse at the end of the song.
That was so much.
It hit because that entire sequence captured what makes Final Fantasy VII so good. It is a mini game dressed up as a theater play that is one of the greatest character moments for one of the most beloved members of our cast. And it is so many different elements at play that make it the most Final Fantasy VII thing ever. And it is brilliant. It's heartfelt. When Aerith is talking to Kate Sith before it happens about her writing a song, and I have some of those lines saved on my phone still of what she said. But it was all of that leading into Loveless that made it hit so hard. Like I said before, I'm a big fan of theater and opera scenes in video games in general, and especially in JRPGs. But this one stuck out to me because they were my characters, and the song itself represents Aerith's relationship with the party so well that I just couldn't help but tear up, especially coming off of something that shocked me in actually being able to play through the play, right? Like, you go through the Jessie play first, and I'm like, wait, what is going on here? Is she alive? And then you realize it's VR, and you see the party's reaction to that. But then you get our play, and you see how Cloud you actually have to make choices again. Cloud chooses to do this, then he goes in, quick time events, so peak. Barret and Red 13 are fantastic. So many great sequences. And then we get the Aerith song. And I still listen to that song now, especially because of the ending. But Chapter 12's theater sequence with her singing is genuinely... If I were to make a top 25 Final Fantasy moments, just in general, there's a few from this game that would make it on there that I would have to think about. That one, alongside with what we're about to talk about next, would be on there without question. Loveless captured what makes this game so special, and in particular, why I love Aerith so much. And it's just, man, walking through city streets in warm cobblestones, bro. Like, no promises to keep. Like, it was just, I loved it, man. I loved it so much that when I finished it, even though I had so much fun with the minigames, I forgot about my time with the minigames. I was like, oh, this is peak fiction. And I was so ready to get to the Temple of the Ancients after that. But how did you feel about Loveless, about that theater sequence? And if you want to touch on anything else in Chapter 12, because there's also some great Shinra stuff there at the end, too. Rufus greatness as well. So go ahead and spit, man, and yeah, no promises to keep.
Yeah, well, I guess we already talked about the Rufus stuff. It was this fight where I'm just like, this is the only time Rufus can really express himself properly, feel like he isn't trapped, I think, is with his fight with Cloud. But yeah, my highlight of it, the fights are great. It's this awesome gauntlet. It's so over the top. The Corneo Dio stuff, it's great. But absolutely, the Loveless and the Golden Saucer dates,
yes,
are my highlight for Chapter 12, 100%, and it's all the beauty in the character writing. I would agree completely. The performance from Aerith it's a top Final Fantasy moment in general because of all the narrative weight it has, right. all the ways in which it applies to Aerith and the party and just the story in general. And but there's also beautiful little touches in the build up to it as well, because like as well as this, you know, at the end of Remake where we see that Biggs is awake and we see Jessie's headband on the nightstand.
Yes. Yep.
And then we see her in the trailer, and I'm like, is Jessie alive? So this was actually where I went, okay, so we're not seeing her again. Probably not. I mean, never rule anything out completely with multiverses.
Right.
But this is goodbye to Jessie properly. And you know, with the build up to it, with the, for me, and you said it was for you as well, going around the Golden Saucer and going to the theater and reflecting with Tifa on Jessie, and as you visit the theater, the build up to that, and then this performance and seeing her, and then Aerith doing her performance, and then seeing the Avalanche Trio, that is just, it was so unexpected and hit me so hard. And the way that Aerith cries as well after she says that, feeling the weight of everything, and all the tragedy that's happened, the lives that are lost, and how hard it is to keep going, and maybe thinking about what's going to happen to her. It's just everything. It's everything the story is in a few minutes, and there are great touches. After seeing Loveless, Barrett cries, Tifa cries, Sid's napping, which is really funny.
It's so good.
It's all wonderful though. And have you seen all the different dates?
Dude, so I'm in the middle of my hard mode playthrough, so I haven't had the chance to see all of them, but I have seen some of them.
Okay, which have you seen?
Just Aerith and Tifa's. That's
okay.
it.
Okay, so I won't spoil the other ones. I'll let you see them on your own. But just know that I wasn't trying to go for any dates. I didn't really... I was just kind of going to play the game naturally and see what happened with who I got. And it was funny because, you're doing the date and the door's opening and you're like, okay, the big one are Aerith or Tifa. And I got Red, or I got Nanaki.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm just awesome. Like, and at first I'm just like, oh, but then I'm like, no, that's sick. I'm happy to.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I would have loved to get Red 13. Honestly, that would have been cool.
It was really cool. Red 13 and Cloud have a great dynamic too. By the way they reflect one another, trying to be more mature than they actually are, hiding this kid underneath. It's great. And so I won't say much about the actual Nanaki date or the other ones, but every single one is substantial in its own way, each in different ways. I love Yuffie's, I love Nanaki's, I love Barrett's, the two you saw, another one in there, so I won't say much, but all of them are great, and I loved exploring all of them. And then there's that gauntlet, and then everything ramps up, and you're on the way to the Temple of the Ancients, I guess. Chapter 12 is, I think, sort of everything to do with Final Fantasy VII distilled.
Yeah.
Crazy over-the-top combat and spectacle, emotions, quiet character moments, mini-games, everything.
Everything. Yeah, no, that's a fantastic way of putting it. In terms of the date, so I was sitting there just like you, because on Chapter 8, I got Tifa, like you said earlier. So I was like, okay, I wonder who I'm going to get in Chapter 12. And so I was waiting for the door. I was like, okay, who's it going to be? I know it's going to be one of the two. And at first I was like, what about if it's Barrett? I feel like I've answered most of his questions right. And I was like, okay, that'd be pretty cool. But then it actually ended up being Aerith. So I had Aerith on my first playthrough. And I think that's why that Loveless stuff had even, like...
Yeah.
It had an after effect that had just, like, even harder. Where I was like, oh my gosh. So I guess it worked out in the end in my favor for that happening in that way. Especially as we get into the beginning of Chapter 14, which, my God almighty. So we go into Chapter 13. Now, I just want to add a little bit of context. This part in the original game is, both of these parts are extremely special. But this part in particular has my least favorite mini-game in the original game, which is that stupid rock boulder sequence.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you enter the Temple of the Ancients. And I kept telling my brother, as long as they don't have that, this will be a great adaptation. I was like, just take that out of the game. And you know what, man? They took it out of the game. They
did. So
God bless them. All right? I know there's people that like that minigame. It adds a sense of danger. I don't care. that minigame in the original stopped me. And I know it's a skill issue, but it stopped me so many times. So many times. And they replaced it with a lot of great stuff here. Chapter 13 blew my mind in multiple ways. Number one, it's an incredible final dungeon. It is so visually distinct.
Oh, it's beautiful.
To everything else. It's so beautiful, dude. And so in the original game, kind of similar to Nibelheim, there's this foreboding, really, really dark attitude about the Temple of the Ancients. Here, there is that, but you see the beauty in it as well. And it's like, I love the way they did the party split, how you see certain things from Cloud's angle, others from Aerith's angle, as Cloud continues to lose himself, and Aerith continues to gain herself. And it's like, when it meets in the middle, and you get the song moment, which, by the way, it actually made me tear up. Now, that moment in the original game comes out of nowhere, and it's especially after the slap, it's like, screw this guy.
Yeah.
Screw Song.
Yeah. In
this game, I wanted to hug Song, man. I was like, my boy, don't die on me, dude. So that was so good because Aerith has a phenomenal speech after that, and Cloud brushes it off.
Yes.
And it's just like, Aerith, come here. And I was like, oh man, they're really committing to this. Then, just like at the end of the game, when everyone gets their limit breaks, except for Cloud, everyone gets a trial, except for Cloud. And those trial sequences, some of my favorite stuff in the game.
They were phenomenal.
Dude, Barrett's, I was hurting, man. I did not want to press forward. Nanaki's hurt. Yuffie's hurt. Tifa's hurt. I was like, man. But Aerith's, I had to put it on the controller a few times.
No, me too. Me too.
Because obviously there's a connection to the character. But it's the circumstances, man. It's a child. You yourself have to plead for help. And it's like, don't do this to me. Then they're treating her like crap. I have to see Falna die. It's like, bro. And then, the connection to Elmira, bro. It felt like I was playing a One Piece flashback. I was in so much pain. I was like, bro, this is really hitting home. And so when you get out of the flashback, all you want to do is punch Cloud, because you're like, stop talking to her like this.
Yeah, he is
but
the
she's
worst.
gone through so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, man, so well executed, so well done, and I'll save the part at the end, because the part at the end is his own thing. So what was your thoughts on that? On the Temple of the Ancients, design of the dungeon, and that particular segment where they all go through their own trials. Man,
it's got to be one of the best climaxes and final acts to a game I've played. One of the best final dungeons. It is visually stunning, like you said. No matter anywhere, you could say this about the entire game, but in the Temple of Ancients specifically, no matter where you are, just look around, look any direction, and you could just make a painting out of it.
True.
Like, there's buildings in the distance, there's upside down fountains, there's like the physics don't even matter. Everything's beautiful. It's crazy. And there's very logical reasons in universe for it to be that way. I thought it was great. I really, really loved it. And there's the as well. I'll get to the trials, but as well, I really liked how we had the Cetra's POV talking about the conflict and the war and the discovery of Genova, right?
That was so good.
Yeah, it was so incredible. In terms of gameplay and visuals and tone and atmosphere, and then in terms of the storytelling, it just hit on every level. The trials were unbelievable. And then what's notable is that before the trials, Cloud just gradually gets more and more and more insistent that they just got to keep focusing. Like, they beat a boss, and Tifa does like a little celebration or something, and he's just like, let's go. We got to keep moving.
Yeah.
All business, like really, really cutting and kind of an asshole. And it just goes on, and we know what's going on.
Right.
But yeah, then when we get to the trials, Cloud is fully spiraling. The only reason that he isn't charging ahead and leaving them there is because he can't. He needs them to do their thing. And so, man, Red's trial was devastating. Tifa's was very sort of reflective and contemplative and devastating as well. Then when we started getting to Yuffie's and then Barrett's, I was really, really trying to hold it together and not really succeeding. Barrett with Myrna is what a great touch to have her in there and just tear our hearts out. And then Aerith's, oh god, it really does feel like a One Piece flashback. It was just so it just tears out your heart for this poor girl, her poor mother, knowing and loving Aerith and all that she's been through. It doesn't make it any easier. In fact, it makes it harder. And I was crying the entire way out through playing this. So much so that I didn't know how to progress. I didn't realize I was supposed to talk to the people. So I was just wandering. I was just wandering around, just bawling. Like, what do I do? I was like, I actually just lived through her experience myself. But it was all wonderful. And then Aerith, like you said, with her beautiful speech, and the music swelling, you're getting emotional yourself. It's all wonderful. You're like, these are the themes of FF7. And then Cloud just cuts it straight off. Yeah, so dark, so anticlimactic in the best way possible. Like, this is different. This game is not going to end with a speech about connections and friendship. This game is darker than that. It's going to end unceremoniously in some ways. And Cloud's response there really gets that across. So yeah, we continue forwards. The Kate sacrifice was really wonderful, I thought.
Legendary.
And all throughout all this, we're getting spliced segments of Zack as well, as he has to make a choice with who to save, and his multiverse starts splitting off as well.
Yep.
And then it kind of ends in a swell before getting into chapter 14. But yeah, chapter 13 was the perfect penultimate chapter. I can't think of anything that wasn't incredibly impressive. It was great.
So, oh man, I have a lot here. I'm going to combine my thoughts on the end of chapter 13. And then we're going to split chapter 14, because it's a big one, into multiple segments. So, end of chapter 13 and the dream date. I have two things here that I want to read from the original game. In the original game, at the Temple of the Ancients, right after you fight Demon's Gate, Cait Sith asks Aerith what she wants to know, if he can do a reading, and Aerith wants to know how compatible she and Cloud are, and Cait Sith says that they're a perfect match for each other, but it's gonna cost one date. Now, what's interesting about this is that line was cut and instead made into an entire segment that connects to another line that was said in the original that also wasn't here, and that is when Cloud falls, and when we skip over this part. So of course, at the end of chapter 13, you see him go completely loony, and I mean he's out of it. I mean, the most out of it that we've seen so far. And even going after Aerith. I mean, dude, that
was incredibly. Oh my god!
Yeah, it was very, very unsettling. So right after you have that sequence, of course, he's holding on to her, and in this game, we don't see the aftermath of that, not from Cloud's perspective, which I'm so glad that they committed to that POV. So now we go back to the original, and in the original, Cloud says, "My memory, since when? If everything's a dream, don't wake me." This is while Aerith, or this is right after we have that moment in chapter 14 in Rebirth where Cloud sees Aerith in the forest. That, but in the original game, right after that happens, before he wakes up in Bone Village, he says that. And I love this because those two things, the developers took that line and the Cait Sith line and turned it into an actual segment. And I love this so much because in the original game, Aerith does show up in Cloud's dreams through the live stream and lets him know the exact same thing that she does in Rebirth. But in Rebirth, it is done quadruple fold. When I started chapter 14 and I saw what they were doing, first and foremost, when you wake up in Zack's world, I was already like, what is going on?
Yeah.
But I was still, with original game context, like, okay, this has to be a dream. Then she says it herself, you could call it a dream. Don't look up. He looks up. Zack's world. Then the illusion of choice is presented. And clearly, everyone in town and the developers are letting you know, through no matter what you pick, you're going to get it wrong anyway. Because the developers are putting it in your head, no matter what you do, you cannot save her. You cannot change destiny. It's like Sephiroth playing with you here. But it's done in a way, it's executed so well, this illusion of choice, that I was just in awe. And I bought into it. I loved every second of the date. Even though I felt like Cloud at certain points where I was like, Aerith, why are you doing this? But then I remembered the Aerith that I know would want to do this as her final moments with Cloud before it all ends. And so when we get that final climactic scene in the church, I legit thought that we were about to see the death sequence happen there. I was like, when Sephiroth walks in and the Aerith theme starts playing, and what I mean by the death sequence there is, I thought that Cloud once again was going to be too late, because there was a part in the back of my mind that was like, okay, he might make it in time. He might make it in time. This time, in this timeline, or whatever it is they're doing. Especially since with Zack, they were cooking with multiple different stamps. You have the Biggs timeline. You have the he goes to save Cloud timeline. You have the one where he's undecided timeline. And in the middle of all of this, in hours, or in whatever's happening there, Aerith pushes Cloud after one of the most emotional moments in the entire series. Pushes Cloud. I'm sobbing. Sephiroth is coming behind her, like in the original game. And I'm thinking to myself, these sickos, they're about to drop us right back for me to see this again in the flippin' Forgotten City. And I was like, I was already a sobbing mess. I was like, what in the world are they doing here with this date scene? But also, what is going to be the payoff to this? And immediately coming off of that dream date sequence, my answers and anything that I had in mind was absolved in an instant, and all I could feel was gratitude, because I understood what they were trying to do. The first thing that you see when that stuff ends and Sephiroth and him go through the live stream and all that craziness happens is we get small little tidbits to what really happened in Chapter 13 and the stuff we didn't see from the original game when Cloud wakes up in Bone Village and Tifa and Barrett and him leave out to go into the forest to go after Aerith. In this version, it's different. Cloud is so messed up that he never truly wakes up. And once again, just like with Claudia, he can't fully remember it. He can't fully process it. What happened at the end of Chapter 13 was so traumatizing to him. And also, he was so out of it, he cannot properly process it. So we're getting these small little bits and pieces. He can't hear what they're saying. And so they're so consistent with that when we get back to the Sleeping Forest, he still can't hear or process what originally took place. And that is so important for what happens here at the end of the game. But because this section is really long, I'm going to cut it there and get your thoughts on the dream date sequence and the Sleeping Forest before we get into the Forgotten City itself. Because I feel like there's already a lot to unpack there. And what they did thematically, setting it up, is already an all-time chapter for me. But what it leads into is truly what makes it super, super special. So what did you think about that entire beginning of Chapter 14? And I still think about that Aerith scene in the church when she pushes Cloud away. And I'm like, I can't even speak. But yeah, go ahead, man. Cook, dude.
Yeah, you had me at the edge of my seat. You were like telling me a story. I wanted to know where it went.
That's why I had to cut it off. I had to be like Rebirth, you know?
True. No, it was it's kind of similar to how I feel about a lot of chapters 9 and 10. It was very, very serene and therapeutic once more. You're at this world. It's very ironically so, because it shouldn't feel that way, but it was for me. You're at this place at the edge of the world where, yeah, like you said, the illusion of choice. And it's this really interesting thematic paradox, what was going through my head here was they're absolutely trying to make it seem like your choices don't matter, that destiny's set in stone, she's going to die. That also feels like they're setting up, like they're going so hard in this direction that they're not going to go through with it.
Right.
But then I'm thinking in the back of my mind, I don't know. Is it still FF7 spiritually as a story if Aerith doesn't die? Like, I don't know. it would definitely they would definitely have to do a lot of convincing for me to believe for me to feel like an FF7 story where she's alive and doesn't die is still loyal to the soul of the story, you know? Because there's so much, like, as much as there are these empowering themes about defying destiny that are set up, but there's also these themes about death is a part of life. You die and you become a part of this cycle, and those who die don't truly leave us, and all that,
right.
Which I think is essential to Aerith dying. So all these conflicting thoughts were going through my head during this, during this section, as I was like picking, you know, these little gems on the dates and posing for the camera. And it was a mess of emotions and thoughts.
Yeah. It's a good way of putting it.
I honestly need to rewatch or replay that section again, because I think a good deal of it I didn't absorb properly because of how overwhelming it was. Interestingly enough, the last, I don't know, half hour, 40 minutes or so, which I think is more information coming at you, I retained much better than this stuff. A lot of it, I just get a lot of the things I take away from it was the mood and the feel and the questions and the vibe, because I think a lot of it sets the stage. You know, Aerith is acting a little bit more outwardly. She you can tell she's forcing it a little bit.
Yes.
And Sephiroth says to her, like, "Oh, so this is your fantasy land. This is where you've taken refuge in this dying world." She is, you know, it's really cool because she's putting this illusion in front of you, and Cloud is buying into it to an extent, and I was too. Yep. Like I said, I felt therapeutic to me, but it really isn't.
Same.
Like the context of it in the game, it really isn't a place of serenity, because of the context surrounding it. So I don't know, this section of it is a lot of questions were asked, a lot of things were in the back of my mind, but most of all, I just took away the mood and the vibe that it set. And I think that's carried forward through the walk through the Sleeping Forest, which looks absolutely stunning. This place looks beautiful. And I like how you get to talk with each party member.
I love that too.
On the way to it. Just perfect build-up as you enter the Forgotten Capital, and these mystical vibes just wash over you, and you have Vincent just sitting on the side, overlooking it, expositing a little bit about it. It sets it up really beautifully for this sort of surreal, serene, seemingly exploration of the Forgotten City, only for it to turn that on its head, because we don't explore it at all. But I'll turn it over to you now to get into the, I guess, last little bit.
So I love what you said, because the feel and the mood, I believe that's what they were going for everybody's first playthrough, because that's exactly what happened with me as well. The reason why I was able to speak as confidently on a lot of that stuff is because I've gone through the ending like 10 or 11 times through my own playthrough, and I've watched a lot of reactions. Specifically, I've been comparing reactions between people who know the original game and people who don't know the original game. And I've been trying to test where people fall when the dream date starts. Because for me, that's when it hits Evangelion territory, which I'm the biggest Evangelion tard on the planet, or one of them at least, and that's when it starts hitting that, like, we're pushing certain things in terms of presentation and narrative in a way that might require multiple rewatches, multiple playthroughs to truly understand. There's a lot of stuff in that dream date and in Chapter 14 that we're obviously not going to get full context of until next game, but it's going to hit much harder, and already is hitting much harder the more I think about it. But it just completely, like you said it perfectly, a mess of emotions. So many emotions. Absolutely phenomenal. I really love that sequence. Now, when we go from the Sleeping Forest, adding a little bit of context to this, my favorite grinding spot in the original FF7 where I got the characters to level 99, or not 99. I'm sorry. To get their limits and to grind the all materia and a bunch of things is right at this entrance to the Forgotten City. So in the back of my head going into this, originally I was like, man, I can't wait to see how they do that. I was not thinking about that stuff at all because of the dream date. The dream date and the Zack stuff, I completely forgot about that until I got into watching somebody's reaction to it, and I was like, oh yeah, that was what I really wanted to see. But I was so immersed that I couldn't help it. Before I spit here for a sec, are you still good for time, bro?
Yep.
Good? And it's still recording on your end as well?
Still recording, yep.
Okay, sweet. All right. So, here we go, dude. So, we get to the Forgotten City. Obviously, this is one of the most iconic segments of the original game. And this is what we were all waiting for. Like you, I was like, man, what are they going to do? They're leaning a lot in one way. Could he still save her? Could he not do it? Is FF7 still the same without that? I thought back to Advent Children and how important Forgotten Capital is there, to the original game, how I felt in all the playthroughs that I've done, going through that magnificent place. There was so many things going through my head. And when you get there after the CG cutscene, fight the Whispers, and Cloud goes by himself up the stairs. At that moment, I was like, what happens from here on out, I'm not sure if I can trust whether it's real or fake. Because the individual that has kept us leveled, even before the downward spiral, was Tifa. Now we're not going to have anyone but Cloud, which means anything can happen from this point forward. And because of his unreliable narrator status, we're going to see it as fact before us. So already when Cloud entered by himself, I was prepared with that context. I never in a million years could have ever imagined what was about to take place. When you finally get up there, and it plays out so similarly to the original game, and Cloud is there, Aerith is praying, and Sephiroth comes down from the heavens. It happens so slowly that I was like, either they're playing homage to how slow the cutscenes were in the original game, or Cloud is about to stop this. I wasn't thinking this at the time. I was holding my pillow, going crazy. When Cloud stopped the sword, I legit ran. I ran out of my room and I was like, oh my god, they're doing it. He's gonna save Aerith. And like, for a split second, I felt like I was a little kid again, playing this game, getting to this part, and going to school, and talking in the playground, and this one kid was like, yeah, there's a glitch that you can save Aerith. Because, we all miss her, we all love her. And just knowing that I wasn't smart enough, first and foremost, to do this glitch. But number two, I don't think it was possible until it would become like a PC mod later on. So I was reliving my childhood dreams here for like 5 seconds. Oh my god, we're actually going to save Aerith. I just said, screw all logic, I don't care. And then it hits me like it hits Cloud. And I see the white materia hit the floor. And Aerith's theme starts playing. The only thing I can compare this to is when I was first reading through One Piece. And we saved Ace. And then in the following page, following chapter, it is immediately taken away from us. That's exactly how I felt when I thought we saved Aerith. And then we didn't. And I just immediately started bawling. Because I was like, man, my first playthrough, I didn't register the bzzzt that took place in the middle, where you get the bloody sword and the bloody hand in one timeline, and then in the other timeline, you have her in his hands, or whatever in the world's happening there. I didn't catch that the first time. So I was still in my head. I'm like, what is real, what is not? And then we get a situation where Cloud is, like the Claudia moment, he's talking, but we don't hear him. So I'm like, oh man, what are they doing? The scene is not playing out like an original game at all. He's saying probably the same exact words as in the original game, but he can't process it because he's the only person here as the unreliable narrator. We can't process it, similar to what happened in the end of chapter 13, what happened at the beginning of chapter 14. It's like, man, what is going on? Then Sephiroth puts a stop to everything. The rest of the party gets there. Tifa serves as once again the objective narrator and shows us her perspective, and we see the glitch in the Matrix, and now we're like, which one's the real one? So when Genova Life Changer comes in, or Life Player comes in, and it goes through the greatest soundtrack in Final Fantasy history with the Aerith and Genova theme playing simultaneously, I'm sitting there sobbing because I believe Aerith is dead, like in the original game. I'm losing. I put the controller down. I'm like, man, what in the world's going on? Cloud doesn't have a limit break. Everybody else does. We go through this super heroic sequence, and I'm like, at the time, I'm so hyped. I don't think about it, but now thinking about it and through multiple playthroughs and seeing it through reactions, I'm like, why settle on this tone of being heroic? And it's like, obviously, because in Cloud's head, she's not gone. And so, the only one without a limit break, he's the only one without a limit break. Everyone else has one. They're doing this for her. Feels extremely heroic. It feels like he's just saved the day, going off that adrenaline high. We get incredible sequences. This is where we get the culmination of Red 13 and Barrett, where he's like, let's go, Nanaki! And both of them fight together against Genova in such a cool sequence. As everybody else goes in, very Advent Children-esque, so much fun. Then we get one of my biggest pop-off hype moments in history. When we dreamed of this, we talked to this. Are Zack and Cloud going to fight together in the final game?
Yeah.
Square said, screw it.
Yep.
They're going to fight together in this game. And I was like, yeah! So many great sequences. The two of them recreate the iconic scene from the original game. And then they start fighting. You can control both of them. So good. Then we get Bizarro Sephiroth. I'm like, what is going on? It just keeps escalating and escalating. It's getting nuts. I don't even know what type of story they're trying to tell right now. I'm just lost in hype. Real shonen. This is goated. And then, after the Zack scene, back in his home after he defeats his section of Bizarro Sephiroth, Tifa and them are like, oh man, somebody's helping us. Somebody's helping us, but I can't really tell who. And once again, it's her connection to the planet again. That's allowing her to sense stuff through the live stream. But it's like, I wonder who's helping us here. And then we get to the most hyped I've ever been. I maybe since I read One Piece chapter 1044. AJ, man, when Aerith walked out of that portal,
unbelievable,
and we saw her ribbon, and the song is playing, and I'm tearing up just saying this, and Cloud is sitting there in front of Sephiroth. The stuff of dreams is happening. They're at the edge of the world. I've seen this place so many times. Aerith walks out. The entire plane completely changes. It's like a dreamlike world. Sephiroth's like, yo, I underestimated you.
Yeah.
And Aerith is like, yo, let's do this together. I was literally, I was losing my mind to the point where I was like, I don't care anymore. I don't care if this is the real Aerith, a dream Aerith. I'm living my dream, all right? I'm bought in. I'm here. And it led to one of the most epic and insane battle sequences in the entire game. And then we get into the part of the game that I can't stop thinking about, or that I can't stop going through, where we don't get the iconic burial in the water. And at that point, I was like, okay. Especially with the Tifa scene, where so backtracking a little bit, when they finish the fight, Aerith disappears in the dreamlike world, and I'm like, okay, maybe she's really gone, and I'm start sobbing again, and I was like, okay, wait a minute, we go back, everyone else is crying, but Cloud walks up, grabs her, I'm expecting the burial, Doesn't happen. We skip another scene again. And I'm like, okay, what are we doing here? What is going on? Still an emotional mess. Then we get this sequence with every party member mourning, especially Tifa. Cloud sees Aerith again. And immediately I'm like, this is in his head. This isn't real. This is in his head. He's delusional. And it just made it hit that much harder. Because he, just like with Zack, just like with Claudia, just like with Tifa, whom he believed was an imposter, now presented with an illusion. Like I said earlier, at the end of chapter 9, because of the promise he told Tifa, and to himself, that he would never allow Sephiroth to fool him again, now with an individual, or with the possibility of Aerith being alive, he's like, I'm going to fully accept this and embrace this. Everyone else thinks he's crazy. And he's like, this is my reality. And it's thanks to the build-up from earlier on in the game, with the Tifa stuff, that allows that to flow so naturally and be so well done. So when we get to that final sequence after that, and Tifa sees that Cloud is clearly not talking to anyone, we go back, we get that phenomenal final CG cutscene that I've watched like 40 times, just trying to piece stuff together. And when Aerith touches Nanaki, it hits me every time.
Oh, it's so tender and beautiful.
It's so, bro, especially when she's like, when Nanaki's like, Aerith? And I was like, oh, stop. And Tifa's just sitting there, losing her mind. Like, she just lost her closest friend. And Cloud is watching this. He believes she's still alive. And it's like, I don't know what they're cooking. I don't know if this is live stream Aerith, like in the original game, that there's a line in the original game that that pretty much talks about how they haven't been able to let Aerith go, and because of that, she hasn't been able to become one with the planet again. I don't know if they're taking that approach of a literal, this is the ghost of Aerith of the live stream that is going to be roaming around, trying to save. We're gonna follow that journey next game of like seeing her using Holy and all that, and that entire thing. I'm not sure what they're doing. But what I can tell you is this: regardless of whatever happens, the death of Aerith took place. Cloud is now... this is what makes it so tragic. Is he once again, at least in the original game, he was able to process her death, see it happen before his eyes, and then after that, come to terms with the rest of the party that we're gonna push together to go after Sephiroth for Aerith's sake. Sephiroth killed Aerith, and I am for sure gonna go after him and take him out. He's not even given that in this game. In this game, he's given an illusion that this person that he loves so much is still out there and is going to be waiting for him. Going to, and she says the promise of the promises to keep of if Cloud is going to find her and be with her once more. And it's like, for me, that's what makes it so tragic, and what makes that goodbye hit so hard at the end of the game, because you know that's not going to happen. You know that it can't happen. Like Cloud, everything they've committed so hard to the Cloud mind-breaking thing, that not only did they not go through with the original Aerith scene from the game, leaving stuff out that I'm going to assume we're going to see in the third game when his mind gets repaired and we see the actual events of the Forgotten City and the Temple of the Ancients, where we see what actually took place there through Cloud's real memories as he processes all of that. That's going to hit extremely hard. But what all of this is leading towards is that mind break sequence where he's probably going to receive 2 things at once next game, or 3 things. Number 1, Cloud is going to be responsible, like was at the end of this game, still has the black materia. Cloud's going to be responsible for giving that to Sephiroth, destroying the planet. He's going to be thinking about that in his head. Number 2, the fact that he wasn't the real him all along. And number 3, he let Aerith die. And those three things hitting him at one time is going to make the mind break sequence, and then the stuff that follows where his mind get put back together by Tifa, and then the self-acceptance speech to be even more powerful than the original game. And that's why I love this ending so much, because not only is it very Hideaki Anno in its presentation, not only is it something that I believe, like Metal Gear Solid 2, requires time to really digest and thinking about, because it is that type of ending that you can't really digest in one sitting. It's one of those that you really have to think and think and think and compare it to other things within the game itself. But I think just as a whole, Chapter 14 represents so much about why I love this franchise, this game, and the original game. Because the original game, when that Cloud stuff happened, people called it messy because of its presentation. And now with Chapter 14, they've committed so hard to the Cloud thing that even stuff like Aerith's death scene is not out of their of how hard they're trying to go from an ambitious point of view. This Chapter 14 is so ambitious that
it's the most ambitious thing in the remake Rebirth
100%
so far.
100%. And I think that's why I love it so much, because I love ambitious storytelling on any scale. Large scale, small scale, character stuff, whatever. For it to be combined the way it is here, I can't help but go back and continue to replay it and watch reactions to it, because I'm fascinated by how others could react to this. There's so many, depending on who you are, depending on the media that you've consumed, depending on the way you view stories, depending on what you value in stories, you're going to come out of this ending completely different. It is all up to interpretation. And because of that, it is so masterful that I can come out of this ending, get the real shonen that I did, and then get that end sequence, which just nearly removed one of my favorite scenes from my favorite game and turned it into something in this brand new story that is even more memorable and unforgettable than what I went through originally when I saw Aerith die. Because now, with the context of that, it's like 5 times the tragedy. When that final goodbye hit with no promises to keep, I cried harder there than I think I did playing all the different times I've played the original FF7. It is that type of ending. And so I can't wait to hear your thoughts on it, because I know we've had multiple conversations in regards to Remake Part 1 and how not only ambitious that ending was, but how much it set the table for the future, and exciting stuff, very memorable stuff, unforgettable stuff that would, of course, lead us into this game that we continuously went back to. But Rebirth, the commitment, the full-blown screw the legacy of this sequence of events. We have a story, a theme, and a message to tell with this game, where we're not even going to keep something as sacred as this as it was in the original game. And for someone who loves that scene, I'm all welcome to the unknown possibilities. And I think with how phenomenal and how incredible this is for Cloud, Aerith, Tifa, the potential possibilities for their characters in the last game, I feel like this ending is only going to get better with time. The final game is just going to propel this higher as we go back and actually see what took place with Cloud and Aerith in both the Forgotten City and the Temple of the Ancients, but as well as in that scene in Mediel when Tifa repairs his mind. And so those are my long thoughts. I've been sitting on this for a long time, but as I continue to experience this ending, it truly is hitting like the finale of the original game. It is starting to hit, which is my favorite ending ever. End of Ava Ava 3.0, 1.0, Ava episode 26 vibes, where it truly does feel like, depending on who you are as a person, your interpretation of this ending is going to be what it is. And I love that in my stories, because that's what stories should be. That's what the original Final Fantasy VII is. And so to have an ending like that in the middle of your trilogy is, to me, more indicative of living up to the spirit of the original game than if they would have kept the original scene as they would have. And I can't stop going through it. I can't stop thinking about it. It truly is one of my favorite sequences in any story of all time. Chapter 14 is an all-timer for me. But take it away, bro. I can't wait to hear what you got to say. I really can't.
That was like a sermon to me. I love that. That was beautiful. No, thank you so much for sharing that. That was really lovely. And I'm not gonna repeat what you said about because you said it so beautifully and there's nothing to add, but I totally agree with the idea that what they're doing is something that I thought they would do from Remake, which is accentuate the tragedy, give you, like, accentuate everything, give you a bit more hope that Aerith can be saved.
Right.
And she's not actually going to. Accentuate the tragedy, make Cloud break even more, add even more elements to his broken psyche, accentuate how deeply he falls. But then when the ascent comes, it will be the most empowering thing in the world. So I totally agree with that. I think that's been the approach from the start. I think that's what they'll do. But in order for that to happen, you need to have extreme darkness. And what I think is clear, no matter what, there are so many different ways to interpret the specific events that happened, and I think a lot of the ways are valid. I have my own thoughts, but I think no matter what, it is extremely dark. It is so dark. It is like it's hard to wrap your mind around how dark this is, because what is clear is that regardless of the specificity of what's happened, Cloud believes that Aerith is alive, and she actually isn't. Not in the reality that he exists in. The entire party has grieved for her, and they are seeing him totally fine because he believes that she's okay. How messed up is that? That is so unhealthy, that is so twisted. Imagine how they must feel, how Tifa must feel, worrying about his mental health the entire game and going like, I'm going to save you, reinforcing that I will be here for you no matter what. And then seeing one of the most important people in Cloud's life die, and he seems fine with it. That is beyond messed up. And something needs to change because he is not living properly in the reality. He's seeing, like, he's telling them to not look up at the sky because they're going to see the end of the world cosmos, but they don't see anything. I think to an extent, like, he's definitely fractured in between realities and seeing that to an extent. But regardless, Cloud is, what I think he's going through is something of a abstract metaphor for grief, really. And that's why it's so personal and so hard-hitting for me. It's universal. And what he's going through is something that he is not, part of the reason that he is, I think that part of the reason that he's going through this is because he is not equipped to deal with reality. Right. I think that he is much more precariously perched psychologically than he was in the original. And there is more to this. There's more that is tearing his mind apart in Rebirth and Remake than there was in the original. There's many more elements to it. There's Sephiroth harassing him consistently. The idea of fate, the idea of these multiverses, the visions he's been getting. All this stuff is additional and stuff that he didn't get in the original, where he was able to accept that she died.
Right.
But here, I think that his world would come crashing down and he would just crack right here, right now, if he had to deal with that reality. And so that is so heartbreaking to me. This poor boy, because really he's 17 years old in reality, has gone through so much and now has to deal with this, and he can't. And not only can he not deal with it, but he's dealing with it in the most unhealthy way. And so my heart just goes out to him. It's just really difficult. It's really upsetting. It's really disturbing. And so, yeah, the descent will be absolutely horrific. It'll be hard to watch, I think. But the ascent will, as a result, be like nothing we've ever seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in terms of the specifics about what happened, like, there are so many images of this last sequence. You mentioned Aerith pushing Cloud in the church, and then Sephiroth coming through the doors. That could signify so many things. So many that it feels almost redundant to try to figure out which one. It could be so many, and it could be all of them. It could be none. It could be representative of stuff. It could be literal. But I think what's clear is that Aerith, upon dying in Cloud's reality, finds the strength across all the multiverses. Zack as well, by the way, who goes through this arc of being a fallen hero and then deciding I can defy this fate, which is beautiful. But Aerith,
I love that scene.
It's unbelievable. And then Aerith is able to be there for him and help him fight his literal demon here right at the end and stop him, because essentially what Sephiroth brings forth in the Forgotten Capital, the Forgotten City, is really he's trying to end the world right here. Like, he's trying to harness the life stream, harness all the sorrow across multiverses, and harness it all to become the center of this universe and make it so that he can wield everything in his hand. If he had his way, the story would end right here. But it doesn't. It doesn't, because they fight back. Biggs fights back. Zack fights back. Across all universes, Aerith fights back. The party fight back. Cloud fights back. Yep. But I think what happens here, there are multiple ways to view why, like the specifics behind why Cloud sees this vision of Aerith. And there's the really, really dark, this is Sephiroth and or Jenova lying to him route. I think there's some evidence for that, and I'm not, like, I totally understand why people think that way. It's not what I buy into, but that's because what I buy into is a lot of wish fulfillment, and I'll explain in a second. But there's that route. I think there's a lot of evidence for it. There's breadcrumbs throughout the game of saying that Jenova takes the shape of people you know and people you love, and it can trick you in that way. And like you said, Cloud has learned, I'm not going to question it, I'm going to accept it. So there's that. And that
to add on to that, in Disc 2, Jenova does turn into Tifa for a few seconds. So it's like, it's proven that it most certainly can take the body or the form of someone that they do know. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like Jenova, when she crashed on the planet, in order to proliferate throughout the planet, Jenova took the form of a lot of the Cetra, causing mistrust, and took over like that. So like that's what Jenova does. So yeah, this is absolutely within Jenova's power, and Sephiroth is capable of wielding Jenova to that end. Like it's absolutely something that could happen. And I think it's very valid, and that could be what's happening. But the thing is, and also the scene where we cut to after the burial, which we don't see, that you referred to, where everyone's grieving, and then we cut to Cloud looking over to his left, I believe it is, at Aerith. The music is horrifying. It is like horror movie twisted.
You're right.
It is horrifying, and that is a very like Jenova music cue, Sephiroth music cue. Like, that makes Aerith in that moment feel not like the comforting presence we know, but like a monster. It makes her feel that way with that music. However, what I tend to believe is something that was, I guess, brought forth in a tweet thread, and I think you retweeted this, or at least mention it or something.
Yes, great thread. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, awesome thread. I wish I remembered the username who put it together, but it's essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but that what Cloud is seeing is not a delusion that he's made up. It's not Jenova projecting Aerith's image or Sephiroth doing it, but it is Aerith, the true Aerith, the like multiverse true Aerith that kind of took Cloud on the date and then said goodbye to him and pushed him away. The one that sort of projected herself through the live stream in Remake and said, "Don't fall in love with me." Like, because we see through that in the resolution scene that she is capable of wielding the live stream to that and showing him these things, likely due to his Mako cells, etc., something like that. The theory is that is genuinely Aerith pretending that she's alive for Cloud.
I that to me would be more tragic, or not tragic. It would break my heart and make me like. Of course, I would be. I love this idea. I really, really love this idea, and I feel like finding out that Aerith did that for Cloud so that he wouldn't break, which there is evidence for this in the original game and in this game, would just shatter me. I love this idea, but go ahead, keep cooking.
Yeah, so that's exactly why I buy into this one a bit more, because I think it is the best storytelling. For sure. It is the biggest tragedy, I think, the most complexity, the most emotions, and it's the thing that makes, if this is what's going on, it would make Aerith clear as my favorite character as of right now.
Here.
Like, like, her and Cloud are probably my favorite too. Barrett's really close. Tifa's great. But, like, they're probably my top two. Maybe she's my favorite if I really had to think about it. But, like, if this is true, she would be my favorite for sure. Because, well, I'll get into it in a second. But that's the theory, that she is pretending to keep Cloud sane. To keep him stable.
Right.
Because if he were to confront the reality that she is gone, he would completely break and he would shut down and just he would be done.
Right.
And that's what Sephiroth wants. That is what would break this universe. You mentioned the limit break, right? All the party are grieving, and their emotions are taking the fore when they're fighting Sephiroth. Cloud isn't, because he thinks he saved her. He thinks that she's alive. If Cloud's emotions took the fore and he gave into his darkness, maybe the world would have collapsed right there. Because of Sephiroth's plan. But what Aerith is essentially doing is putting a metaphorical Band-Aid on it. It isn't a solution. It absolutely isn't. But it stalls it a little bit longer so that the planet can survive a little bit longer and they can fight another day. This doesn't solve anything at all, which is, I think, part of the tragedy. It doesn't solve Cloud's problems. It, in fact, could lead to, like, a bigger downfall. It is hiding him from reality. And a big theme of the game, what's so tragic about this is a big theme of the game is accepting death, grieving healthily, understanding that that death is part of the natural cycle of things, and that, unlike Sephiroth, things don't have to live eternally for them to have meaning. And that's a big part of the original game. But what Aerith is doing is acting against that, purely for survival of the planet and purely for protecting Cloud for now. But she is going against every fiber of her being in doing that. It's like a kind. There's a kindness in the lie, but it is also at the same time a horrific lie because of the implications. And imagine all that she feels if this is what's going on. Like, she is completely lying to him for the sake of protecting him and for the sake of protecting the planet and making sure they can fight another day. But in the process, she is completely alienating him from the rest of the party. She's disturbing the rest of the party. She is doing something completely antithetical to the person she is and what she believes. But she needs to. And only she can do it. And you know, there's evidence for that that's in that thread, but also part of why I buy into this is that for the alternative, that would mean that the Aerith we see in the final cutscene is not truly Aerith. Like it would be Jenova or Sephiroth or whatever. Or I guess Cloud's delusions, if he's just making her up. But I don't think he's just making her up. I think there's more to it.
Yeah, for sure. Especially with that Nanaki scene.
Exactly. Yes. So there's that. The way Aerith acts there, I've seen some people say that she acts like a bit weird, and she kind of acts primarily for Cloud. And I agree, because she interacts with, like, the Bronco explodes, and she's late to reacting to it. And she kind of celebrates with Sid and Barrett and Kate, and laughs with them in a really subdued, awkward way. But of course she does. She's not actually there. And she is lying to Cloud. She's putting on a show for him, because she has to. But she's not actually there, so of course it's a little off. And the way she interacts with Red, the way she, tenderly touches him, touches Nanaki, the way she, and I think that's a touch for both Tifa and Nanaki, the way she just looks at them. To me, maybe I'm being gaslit, but that just seems like Aerith to me. That seems like her saying, that seems like her, like, yearning for her friends, for her family, the people she loves. That is how she, like, there's such tenderness there. That, to me, isn't something that Jenova can replicate, or Sephiroth can replicate.
Agreed.
And so maybe I'm being completely gaslit. I don't know. But that just seems like Aerith to me. And so, to me, it all adds up. To me, that's what it is. That's the most meaningful interpretation and theory I have. It makes Aerith an even better character. It makes the tragedy hit harder. It sets things up beautifully for the next game, in which Cloud's gonna eventually have to see reality, but for now he is just holding it together, just to have just a tiniest bit of hope. And it brings forth this huge theme of, like, despair versus hope, because Sephiroth is harvesting so much despair, but to keep the hope just shining just a little bit, Aerith has to do all these lies that are completely antithetical to who she is. I don't know. I just watched that final scene, and the vibe of it is not, this is a malicious entity. The vibe of this to me is, this is Aerith to me. Literally the only thing to me that is a bit of a argument against it is that first scene where Cloud looks over at her and the horrifying music, like that, the tone of that is so menacing. But that could just be, the tone of that could just be like, Cloud is completely messed up.
Right.
So that's my take. That is what I believe. Again, huge credit to that thread. I had a lot of these thoughts, but that helped to put it together. And to me, that's the most meaningful interpretation here. And it makes for the best storytelling.
100%.
Now, of course, if it's not right, if it's not true, that doesn't mean I'm gonna not like what actually ends up happening. But they want us to theorize. They want us to have our own interpretations and favorite outcomes. And for me, that is it. So yeah, that's my take on the end. And with that interpretation, it makes it one of my favorite endings to any story. And at the same time, is a jumping off point for hopefully what could be the conclusion to the greatest game series ever.
Yeah. No. Holy Flagnard. So I have a few thoughts there. Wow. You're absolutely right. I read that thread, but you putting those connections together to some of the things that we've already talked about really hit home. Because obviously, if it being the actual Aerith who is trying to protect Cloud by deceiving him the same way Sephiroth's deceiving him, and in a different way, would be so powerful. And once again, like we talked about earlier, Aerith showed so many sides of herself in this game that for her to do something with this type of where obviously in the long run, like she tells Cloud in the dream sequence, don't blame yourself for what happens. So many things that she's trying to do just to protect him, keep him in this dream world where things will be all right. But it's not. At some point, she's gonna have to push him back into reality. And I feel like that dream sequence was both for Aerith and for Cloud, where eventually, just like in the original game, they're gonna have that moment where they have to accept Aerith's death. That is a very, very key and vital part of the original game, when the party comes together and they attempt to figure out what Aerith actually did in the temple, in the Forgotten Capital. And it feels like they're going to combine multiple different stories into one when his mind breaks. That's going to cause for, like you said, one of the greatest downfalls and ascents that we've ever seen, even greater than the original. I really hope this is what they're doing. But like you said, I'm going to let them cook, because obviously they know what they're doing. Whatever it ends up being is going to be great.
Yeah.
But what you just said truly did, or I should say truly does, elevate that final scene even more for me. And I already love it a lot. But that being the real Aerith, who's just trying to protect Cloud. Now when I reach that goodbye on hard mode, I'm really gonna be in tears.
Oh yeah, man.
I'm really gonna be in tears with that interpretation. Yeah. I love that. Wow. Wow, dude, what a game! Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, ladies and gentlemen.
It's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one.
It's a pretty good game. it's a decent game. Before we wrap up here, I just wanted to say, if there's any theories or thoughts that you have on the future of Part 3 or of this game that you would like to share, I have a few in regards to structure, but I want to hear what you have to say in regards to Part 3 hopes and things that are already starting to click in your mind from a theory standpoint, if you have any.
Yeah, a lot of stuff that I've said already. I think I think we're gonna have to return to Rocket Town and maybe Bone Village if they want to do that somehow.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna start. I think it's gonna be super dark, man. It's gonna be so dark because of Cloud's psychological spot.
For sure.
I wouldn't rule out. I think we're definitely gonna have sequences of the game where we're walking with the party and we just see Aerith talking to him and no one else can see her. I think there's gonna be at least a significant portion of the beginning of the game that's like that.
Definitely,
if not more. But I also think it's prime material for, if they want to, other points of view. So like controlling Tifa and seeing it from Tifa's perspective, the horrifying flip side of that. And stuff like that, and private conversations like that. I think it's a game that's ripe for perspective changes, even more so because they did that a lot in Rebirth, but even more so, even more important narratively in Part 3. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of that. I don't know exactly where Rocket Town will fit in, because clearly Sid and Vincent are going to get fleshed out. Uh, but yeah, it's an interesting. It's not an easy situation for them to adapt, because they have to juggle Cloud's completely unhealthy mindset and going towards the northern crater, which will lead to this horrible devastation. But they also have to build. They also have to give us Rocket Town and Sid's backstory and
Wutai.
And Wutai, yeah, exactly. So I really don't know. You'd imagine they want to do that before the northern crater, but it's tough to do that with Cloud all messed up psychologically. So they're interesting challenges, but I have full strength in them. Full faith in them.
For sure.
And yeah, I think it'll be a game of huge extremes, the biggest lows and then the biggest highs. And I think it'll ultimately conclude thematically with something extremely similar to the original game.
Agreed.
Like, we have Zack, who is fighting in these alternate universes, and alluded to the idea of maybe we can meet again. We have Aerith helping Cloud. We have Biggs, who then died at the end of this one. But like, we have people who seem to be given a second chance, just to, blood, sweat, and tears crawl their way towards keeping the future safe for those who follow. And I think when all is said and done, Zack is probably going to end up how he did in the original. I think Aerith will too. I think things will end up as they do in the original. It's just the journey to getting there that is the most the most essential thing. It's all about the detours. So yeah, those are some of my predictions. Yeah, I think maybe the first half to 2/3 of the game will be just incredibly upsetting and disturbing, and sometimes hard to play through with how dark it'll be, which is what they should do. But it's gonna be tough. But yeah, outside of that, just sort of vague feelings and the theory we just talked about. That's what I buy into for now, and what I probably will buy into until it releases. And yeah, those are a couple of my scattered thoughts.
I love that. So many great ideas there, and things that I absolutely agree with. It's definitely gonna have a very dark tone, especially once Meteor gets called in. I'm so curious what they're gonna do in regards to going back to some of these places. Sid, Barrett. I think those are the two that pop out to me the most. Barrett has a moment in Coral Village that has not happened yet, that needs to happen in Part 3, which means they need to keep that town intact for us to return to it in Part 3. Obviously, we still need to go back to the Gold Saucer, so I fully expect that to still be there. But that's the type of stuff that has me interested in what they're going to do. Because in the original game, you go to Rocket Town twice, you go to Coral Field times, and it's like that for several. Junon a few times, for sure. Junon has to be in the next game. So it's like all these different regions that we had to visit multiple times in the original game. How are they going to balance having these there? There's a whole new section of Midgar that you come back to in Part 3. So I'm very curious as to how they're going to keep this game to under 300 gigabytes, because it seems insane what they're going to be tackling here. But Rebirth showed me these games are going to be massive, and I trust them to be able to pull it off. A few storytelling things. There is a line that Sephiroth says in the original game, which is, "What I have shown you is the reality. What you remember is the illusion." I feel like that line is going to be not only stated in the next game verbatim, or at least some sort of iteration of it, but it is going to be like the main central core of the middle of the game, where, like, if going back to the Aerith theory, Cloud is going to have a moment when his mind is breaking, when he realizes that Sephiroth, of all people, was telling him the truth, when Tifa was hiding it from him, and Aerith was directly deceiving him. That is going to be truly, truly mind-breaking.
Right, yeah.
And also in the original game, I'm just looking through my notes I took while going through this stuff. In the original game, once they leave the Forgotten Capital, Cloud has a line where he tells Barrett, Sephiroth told me to head north to the snowfields. But in Rebirth, instead, he says to trust him. He doesn't say Sephiroth told me. So these little bits and pieces that they're combining with the in the original game into the sequences of their own here. And so I'm very fascinated with what they're going to do with Bone Village, if that's still going to be a thing. I'm going to assume it might have like a Dust Bowl like presence in this game. I'm not sure how they're going to do it, considering the Tiny Bronco just took off. My thought process is this. I think next game starts off in Icicle Inn. The credits will roll similar to this game, where while the party is climbing the ice, the credits will be on the side, revealing, just like with Cloud and Sephiroth and Tifa. That's how the credits will roll, as the snow is falling on top of them, and you're going up there. Obviously, snowboarding minigame will still be there and whatnot. But what I'm fascinated about is, from Icicle Inn, do we do what we did in Rebirth and be like, okay, we're going to chase after Sephiroth, and on the way there, we go to Under Junon. We go to Junon, and we do this. Where on the way to the Northern Crater, we pass by Rocket Town. On the way to Northern Crater, we pass by Wutai. My whole thing with those is, it's going to be so that like I fully trust them in what they're going to do, which is why I'm so excited to see what they end up doing with those things, because it feels like they've already set up Rocket Town to potentially be done in one shot, and that arc is so important to Shinra that it could very well, now that we've already done the first Palmer fight outside of Rocket Town, we could very well just do the entire Rocket Town arc, never come back to it, and have that be its own single thing. I'm very curious as to how they're going to do things. I'm not sure if there's going to be a moment towards the end of the game where, when we get the High Wind, we go and visit a bunch of these places. It has to happen, because that's where, if things follow the way of the original, that's where Sid's character comes into play. That's where Tifa becomes the leader of the party for a bit. That's where Barrett becomes the leader of the party for a bit, while Cloud is out of commission. So there's a lot of things from a structure standpoint that I'm looking forward to seeing how they handle, but I'm so excited for it nonetheless. Next game, I'm expecting it to be far more linear, like Remake, but there are going to be very open world sections, thanks to the High Wind and the submarine. The submarine is going to open up the map a lot as well.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with the weapons. The weapons in the original game, super bosses that very, very difficult to defeat. So excited to see how they write them, especially with the Tifa stuff, with one of the weapons here. That's going to be exciting. A lot of build up, obviously, from this game. It's going to directly lead into the next one. But I'm so excited to see that ending. I'm right there with you. I think it's going to be very thematically consistent with the original. Whatever ends up happening, whether we get, I don't know, Cloud, Zack, and Aerith in that final thing, whatever ends up happening, I fully expect the final shots to still be the same, where meteors coming down. We don't know if our party's going to live, but they give out the final hoorah that they are going to make it out of here. And we cut to everyone as it looks like Impact's about to hit. And the final shot before we hit credits is Aerith in the live stream as it directly connects to the beginning of the game. The cycle will continue as we go after the credits and see the Midgar of all those years in the future, Red 13 and his descendants. I strongly do believe that is still how we finish the game. Now, whether we get an after credit scene or a super after credit scene, like that's similar to like Advent Children, with Cloud maybe in the church, and he looks back and he sees Zack and Aerith there, I could see that happening as well. But I don't, because especially with the way that this game ended, it feels like they would want to end the trilogy on something that is also going to be up to interpretation, enough for people to theorize, considering how ambitious the project has been so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they end it. Like I always say in regards to this, the original game is always going to be the original game, but this remake trilogy, they're clearly coming at this with a different lens that appears to still be leading, just like you said earlier, to a similar destination. I'm so excited to see the differences, the similarities, and how they bring that stuff to life. Because, man, that stuff in Disc 2 is generational material. There is so much stuff they have to cover, which is why I'm like, I have no idea how they're gonna go about it. Bro, we still gotta go back to Midgar. We have to Medeal, Icicle Inn, Northern Crater, go back to Coral, Wutai, Rocket Town. Like, it's gonna be another Rebirth, which is why I'm curious. Are they gonna do the Rebirth thing again? Are they gonna combine Rebirth and Remake, where we have like long segments where you're constricted and like kind of like this game, like Rebirth, where everything is laid out for you. You have to go from point A to point B, and very, very linear, and then it just super opens up at the end of the game once Cloud accepts himself. I don't know, and that's what's so exciting. But regardless, I can't wait. After Rebirth, I am gonna just let them cook. We're gonna theorize, of course, and still have our thoughts, but they know what they're doing. They've created two of my favorite pieces of media ever, and Remake and Rebirth, coming off of what was my favorite game that is now replaced by this one. And after replaying the original game, they are all they're all a part of the same thing for me now, where just like how I treat Ava as a franchise, that the original series, the end of Evangelion, and the rebuild all complement each other. I feel the same way about this remake project in the original game, where one at this point cannot live without the other, in my mind at least. The original will always be the original, but it is amplified for me with the stuff happening remake and rebirth, and vice versa as well. And so because of that, and because of what they've created here, in what is without a doubt, even for individuals who may be mixed on the ending, the experience that has led them to that point, from what I've seen from a lot of people, is an adventure that Square clearly poured so much love and care into, that many different individuals in a community that is usually very divisive, it's more like an 85-15, 90-10 from what I've seen in regards to Rebirth, which in this day and age,
it's fantastic.
Social media is almost unheard of. It is almost unheard of. Square deserves to pat themselves in the back. They released a masterpiece, and on my end, it truly did reach all the way to the pinnacle of Mount Everest. It has propelled this entire franchise to the very, very top. And like I said before, as someone who truly loves the original game, I feel like I love Rebirth even more than that game, and that's very difficult for me to say. It is truly something special. So, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, phenomenal game, and AJ and I for sure, hopefully both of us still good and well, we'll be back in 3 to 4 years to discuss
can't wait
the third part of this installment. But I just have to tell you, man, thank you so much for being with me for the past 4.5 hours discussing greatness. I really appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you for having me on. Yeah, it was tons of fun, and helped me like gather my thoughts because, like I said, I hadn't talked to anyone about it in depth like this at all. So just reliving it with you, going through each section, all the characters, the bits of story, just gushing about it. It was so much fun, and hopefully it's a good listen. I think it probably was. Hopefully. But yeah, it was awesome. This game is it's one of those rare pieces of work that just make you feel thankful to be alive. And it is a foremost example of the beauty of not just video games but stories. And yeah, I'm just so thankful it exists, and thankful that this project exists, and I can't wait. I can't wait for part 3, the conclusion to this.
Yeah, man. That Summer Games Fest or whatever, when the third part gets announced, and whatever the name is, and like the 30-second CGI trailer is gonna feed me for months. For months. I really can't wait to relive another one of those cycles. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are not following my good brother on any of his socials, definitely go check him out. Twitch.tv/Alexander. Let them know your current Twitch schedule, bro, so they know where to find you.
So currently we usually do gaming days on Monday. We're going through the Yakuza series. The next game is going to be Yakuza 7. But right now we're doing top 100 rankings. So right now I'm going through my top 100 protagonists of all time, antagonists of all time, and fiction of all time. So we're doing that right now on Mondays and Tuesdays. Once we're done that, we'll go back to the Yakuza series with Yakuza 7, Like a Dragon. Wednesdays is Bleach Wednesday, where we read through Bleach, which is so much fun. And then as we get closer and closer to catching up to One Piece, we have Sundays for One Piece. Once in a while, there's a Friday as well for One Piece, where we either watch some episodes or read some more. I do plan to reread earlier arcs like Skypiea, with context of later stuff. So, and streams to analyze individual characters and stuff like that. So a lot of that's on the horizon as well.
Sweet. And then of course, YouTube. The good brother is going to be releasing greatness as well over there, as we continue to expect and appreciate from AJ as well. So over there on Twitch, I'm very much looking forward to seeing the. I hope I can be a part of one of those top 100 streams to see how you put that together, because I know you've done this in years past, and I haven't been a part of one of those streams yet. So I hope I get to at least make it to one of them and see how your thought process goes to making a top 100.
It's difficult.
I was about to say, I can imagine how difficult it is. It's like comparing your favorite children. It's like how do I do that? How do I do that?
Yeah, I hope so too. It'd be great to have you in. But it's lots of fun. It's always lots of fun. The difficult part, it happens before the stream, and then when the stream happens, I just tell everyone what the ranking is very slowly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, it's lots of fun.
Sounds good. So it's going to be that's not all going to be in one stream, right? It's going to be like one stream for protagonists, one stream for antagonists, one stream for fiction. Is that how it's going to be?
It's probably going to be a couple streams for each. So.
Oh, okay.
Because I do stop and talk about each character at least a little bit.
Oh, gotcha.
So
gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
Probably a couple streams for each list.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Sweet. I'll definitely try to. I'll see how I can sneak my way in work and watch a bit of one of those streams, because I've always been fascinated by that. But yeah, man, I appreciate you for being here. Obviously, we've been building towards this for a while, and what an incredible conversation. You've helped me also come to terms with my thoughts that I've been sitting on for a couple weeks here, and just I can't get enough of this entire compilation project right now. I've been consuming and creating as much stuff as possible here for it. I can't believe I've released when this goes live, it will have been like 8 hours of podcast material.
Yeah.
for FF7. So. But we do it for the love of this game, and man, do I love it. So I'm very excited to to hear the thoughts of everyone out there. Please let us know what you thought about the game. This is, of course, a spoiler cast, so by all means, give us your favorite moments, what you thought about the ending, favorite stuff with the characters. Go into all spoilers, and I'll definitely be reading those in the comment section down below. But ladies and gentlemen, that has been it for today. AJ and I are gonna go and take a good rest after discussing Peak for 5 hours, and so I will catch up with y'all next time. One Piece, of course, is still on break next week, so we'll be back with that the week after, but there is still some collaborations on the horizon, so stay tuned for that. I will see y'all next time. Thank you so much. FF7, man. What a special game.
Peak.
Thank you, Hamaguchi. Thank you, Kitase. Thank you, Nomura. Thank you, Nojima. Thank you, Sakaguchi.